Very, very pleased to meet everyone online. This is these 2 years have been unique where people have been meeting online, and I think it's physical distancing because as a society we've come together actually. So yeah. Alright, so the first song that we're going to play is very deeply rooted with the Indian tradition, with the Marathi tradition, because in India, whenever you begin with something nice, something auspicious, you always pray to and take blessings of our dear Lord Ganesha. So this is a Marathi original that we've composed. It's called Hey Bappa Moria, and yeah, here we go. I hope we're audible and visible. And yeah, here we go. Hey Bappa Moria, Ganpati Bappaचं मराठी गाणं. गणपती बाप्पा मोरया. All right, that was our first track. All right, let me make this a little clear. We inside the studio, we are unable to hear you because if we have the Google Meet feed in our speakers, we'll experience audio delay and we won't be able to sing and perform. So we are not able to hear you. But keep those comments coming, keep the appreciation coming. I hope you enjoyed our first track. Let me confirm with my team outside. Audible? Visible? Team outside, audible, visible, everybody?
Yes, you are visible, very clear, and audible as well. And it was very beautiful song.
It was a great beginning, Amay.
A very iconic track because it's composed by a very popular and iconic composer. The track is Jai Ho, which was a request from people in Ireland. So what we've done is playing Jai Ho with a 5-piece band is a big challenge in itself, but we've sort of rockmarized the song. So we're going to rockmarize the song and mesmerize you guys. Okay, so here we have Jai Ho coming up.
ले ओ छक ले ये रात शहद है छक ले रख ले हाँ दिल है दिल आखिरी हद है रख ले काला काला काजल तेरा कोई काला जादू है ना काला काला काजल तेरा कोई काला जादू है ना
आजा आजा जिंदे शामी आने खिंतले आजा सारी मारे नीले आसमान खिंतले जय हो let's have it one more time jai ho jai ho let's get back to the hook guys jai ho jai ho jai All right, we will have to stick to imagining, applause, claps. Well, we can only imagine because, as I told you, we can't hear you. But imagination is the key to creativity. The next song that is coming up is a Bengali folk track. Now, the scenario in the song, the story of the song is pretty simple. It is just a beautiful rural woman dancing. And the lyricists and the composers, they've painted it into a very beautiful picture, a very beautiful scene. So all the Bengalis listening to or looking at or watching this broadcast, this goes out to you, and obviously all the other people, all the Indians, all the people watching from all over the world, goes out to you. It's called Sundari Komula. Now, this is the beauty of India. We are celebrating Independence Day today, and this independence means independence, freedom from all our vices, freedom to rise as a nation. And the beauty of this nation is that it is diverse, it is welcoming, it is unique, and at the same time, it's global. So, yes, here we have Sundari Komula going out. I just want feedback from the team outside that we are audible and good and proper. Okay, here we go. সুন্দরী কমলা বলতি সারিয়ে হইতে চলো মনে সুন্দরী কমলা বলতি সারিয়ে সুন্দরী কমলা বলতি সারিয়ে হইতে চলো মনে সুন্দরী কমলা নকে তোর লোক তোলা মন পড়িয়া জোরে আলো কইরা বাজাও তারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে আলো কইরা বাজাও তারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে আমার সাইলে কাটা বাড়ি চিনি পানি রে দেবানি হইতে আমার সাই দেবানি হইতে আমার সাইলে কাটা বাড়ি চিনি পানি রে আমার বুঝি আমার সারি ভালো কইরা বাজাও তারা সুন্দরী কমলা ভালো কইরা বাজাও তারা সুন্দরী কমলা সুন্দরী কমলা সুন্দরী কমলা সুন্দরী কমলা কইরা জোরে Okay, we'll have to pause for a little bit. We're getting a call from out there. Okay, so we have to cut short our performance for a little bit because there are some things happening out there. We had a classic rock track, an original to sing. But anyway, there are some things happening there in Dublin. That's why we have to cut short and reduce our performance a little bit, and then we come back to you with the national anthem. Signing off for now. See you in 5 minutes for the Indian national anthem. Thank you.
Thank you, Amay. That was a very soulful performance. And we'll have our inauguration ceremony, and we'll start with the national anthem. Just be with us for another 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, Namaste, Diyadvit, and very, very welcome to everyone joining us today for 7th India Day 2021. And many congratulations on 75th anniversary of India's Independence Day. It was this day 75 years ago, about 340 million people celebrated the end of British era that lasted for over 200 years. Today, we've gathered to cherish the idea of oneness and remember all the struggles the freedom fighter dealt with to win against the mighty British Empire. It's a common sentiment shared by our Irish friends as well, with British ruling Ireland via Anglo-Norman invasion in 1169 up until 1949. 2 years after India's Independence Day, when Ireland became fully independent republic. From the bottom of my heart, I'm Harsha, your host for the day. I want to thank each one of you for joining us today. So with freedom in our mind, faith in our words, and pride in our souls, let's celebrate and commence our inaugural session. Can we have the India's national anthem, please? Mr. M.A., and closely followed by Irish National Anthem, facilitated by Ms. Ruth Kahal.
Yes, check. Today we are very proud to sing the Indian National Anthem for India Day. That is a fantastic event that has been organized by the Ireland India Council. Many thanks to Forum, who is my childhood friend and who's been a wonderful host. Many thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Shukla and all the team that has given us this lovely opportunity to perform here in front of you. It's been a very good experience. It's been a great event. My thanks also to all our audio video team, Sachin, Harshad, everybody. Sushil, I can't take all names because of time constraints. Let me introduce the band to you. I was to do it in another song that we were to perform, but we've cut short. So let me introduce the band to you. On the drums, we have Aniket. Yes. On the guitar, we have Dushan. On keys, we have Nigel. Right. On the bass, we have Ashish. And this is Amay, your man and insane vocalist, and you have been watching our band. We're very proud to sing the Indian National Anthem. I just want to say a small quote before I begin with this anthem. ये राष्ट्रगीत उस देश से है जिसने सभी का हमेशा स्वागत किया है। आपकी भाषा, आपका धर्म, आपके विचार कोई भी हो, इस देश में हमेशा आपका स्वागत है। दुनिया को हमेशा एक अच्छी और समय से सालों आगे की सीख देने वाला है हमारा देश। और हम लोग शुरू करते हैं राष्ट्रगीत। सब खड़े रहे कृपया। ये बहुत गौरव की बात है कि ये राष्ट्रगीत हम यहाँ सादर कर रहे हैं। पंजाब, सिंध, गुजरात, मराठा, द्राविड़, उत्तर, गंगा, विंध्य, हिमाचल, यमुना, गंगा, उच्चर, जलधि, तरंगा। शुभ आशीष मांगे, आगे भवन यथार्थ। जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे, भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे, जय बहुत धन्यवाद।
Skyene fine for at havigallageren Vindar slu har tinder raniguin Feivoik feser Shantir or sinsher fasa Ni og fin tiro no fin tro Anuk the hains of Arnavwell Ye gonna gwel con boss no sail Le gunny scrap We love na pillar Shall live Connie Aranavin
Thank you so much, MA and Ruth. What a start to the day. I literally have goosebumps right now. Just to give you a bit of background on Ruth Karl, who facilitated us with the Irish National Anthem. Ruth graduated with a Bachelor's in Music Honours Performance degree from Conservatory of Music and Drama. She then graduated from NUI Maynooth with PGDE. She began her musical studies at a very early age and has been awarded many prizes throughout Ireland, including Face Oil, Junior Vocal Rose Bowl, and the Music Lovers Cup for soprano solo, to name a few. She has a soloist in the Royal Tournament in Earl's Court, London. Ruth loves musicals and have had many leading roles. She played the leading role of Maria in the professional production of West Side Story in the Getty Theatre. She has been a soloist in many concerts, including National Concert Hall. Ruth was a soloist even in the world-renowned Burlington Cabaret Show, to name a few. She made her debut in singing solo with A Great Night for the Irish in Carnegie Hall, New York. This was a great start, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And now, without further delay, I would like to call on stage Mr. Prashant Shukla, who is the co-founder of Ireland India Council. It is a quasi-chamber of commerce established in 2002 to facilitate economic, educational, scientific, cultural, and tourism opportunities between Ireland and India. Apart from many services, the Council continuously provides to Irish Indian businesses and communities since 2015. Ireland India Council is organizing the biggest India-related event, India Day, in Ireland at Farmley House and Estate. Please join me in welcoming none other than the chairman of IIC, Mr. Prashant Shukla.
Thank you, Harsha. Good morning, everyone here in Ireland, and good afternoon in India. It is my privilege and honor that I again welcome you all for 7th India Day and 75th anniversary of Indian independence. I'm here joining with my partner, the chairman of Office of Public Works, to welcome you on 7th India Day in Ireland. Before that, I want to say a few words. I'm also joining here with the Kaim Korla, the Speaker of Irish Parliament and Minister, Junior Minister in the Department of Finance, Sean Fleming, Lord Mayor of Dublin, Mayor of Dunleary Rathdown County Council, and Mayor of Fingal County Council. Apart from that, we have many dignitaries from India, from Ireland, and some are based in some other parts of the world. Before I begin, I want to say sorry or my apologies for technical glitch today, because when you plan event like this and you are connecting people from 4 corners of Ireland, 4 corners of India, and particularly today we are connected here with the 4 corners of world. The people are watching on our social media across the world, and lot of in Ireland and India. So very welcome, and thank you again for accepting and being the partner board for India Day in Ireland. As the Irish ambassador said in his message, India Day gives an opportunity to reflect on the relationship between India and Ireland. He very rightly said this, and this is annual reflection, and we put an agenda for it for the next year. So in last 1 year, many of our friends, many of our colleagues, they have gone through with a difficult time, but we need to move on, and we pay our sympathies to them. And everyone need to appreciate that Ireland and India, the relationship which is growing, and this relationship has a meaning in the world politics and international trade and commerce. So before taking too much time, I want to invite our partner, Maurice Buckley. He's the chairman of Office of Public Works, and he will say few words, and then we will have our opening ceremony with the dance of Arusi Samal.
Thank you, Prashant. Can you hear me? Yeah. Very good. I'm delighted to be here today as the chairman of the Office of Public Works to open this India Day, the 7th India Day. It's a great privilege for the OPW to be part of this event for the last few years. Normally, we are physically in Farmley House in the Phoenix Park in Dublin, but today we are online for the second year. And we are very optimistic that this time next year we can meet in person and enjoy the event together back in Farmley. Farmley House is a beautiful building. It is open. It's just we're not quite ready to hold a big event like this, but I would invite people listening to the India Day today to come along individually with their families to Farmley House. To see it, and indeed to all of the Office of Public Works heritage properties around the country. I'm very conscious that probably lots of the Indian community would have normally planned to return to India for a visit at this time of year in summer, and they can't this year because of the pandemic. So it's a very small offering, but at least the OPW would like to welcome you, if you have the opportunity to visit some of our heritage sites around the country. They are all free of charge this year to support the people through the pandemic. And as was already mentioned, India and Ireland share a history of having been part of the British Empire and won our independence. So I think you will find some common themes there, as many of our heritage sites relate back to this period and this history. And I think you will find it interesting. So I hope maybe it might be some small compensation for those who can't travel home. India and Ireland, of course, although we couldn't be much more different in terms of size or population, we have lots in common. And the India Day really celebrates this. It's always fascinating to see the flags of the two countries with the same colours, the green, white and orange, the Irish flag vertical stripes and the Indian flag horizontal stripes. And there's so many other aspects that we have in common and a great bond between the communities. I think we're particularly proud in Ireland, and I know you are in India as well, of the advances we've made in technology and in building technological centres. So in Dublin, we are very proud to have what we call the Silicon Docks, with many of the multinational big ICT and technology players. And of course, you have many Silicon cities, so to speak, in India. So that's another bond, and I think we'll be exploring that this afternoon in some of the talks. So that'll be great. So I don't want to take your time, Prashant. I thank you for the invitation to be here today. We are very proud of the OPW India Day link. We look forward to being together again, I hope physically next year. And I wish everybody a wonderful day and enjoy everything that's planned for the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley. It is really encouraging to everyone, and we are definitely looking forward to have a physical event next year in Farley House and Estate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morris and Mr. Prashant, for the kind words. And now moving on, we're going to be having a dance performance. So I would request all of you to sit back, relax, and pin your screen bigs to have the best experience. And also make sure if you're not speaking to please be on mute. So we are going to be joined by a very passionate young dancer of Guru Deba Prasad Das Khurana. She has been learning Odissi dance since the age of 5 under the guidance of Guru Shri Rahul Varshney. Through all her learning years, she has performed in various cultural events and dance competitions in India and Ireland. She is pursuing her second year diploma in Odissi dance from Prachin Kala Kendra, Chandigarh. She aspires to learn the unique configuration of the gharana and moves towards achieving perfection and grace with every performance. Today, she is presenting a very well known rapporteur piece, Basant Pallavi. Pallavi literally means to blossom. And just like the blossoming of a river, just like the blossoming of a flower, it slowly builds up from the slow, graceful, and lyrical movements in a crescendo to reach a fast tempo at the end. This particular Pallavi is based on Rang Basant and Tal Ek Tali. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Miss Arushi Samal.
Namaste. Thank you for the kind introduction. I feel very honored and delighted to perform today on the 75th Independence Day of India. I am extremely grateful to the Ireland India Council for hosting this wonderful event. Thank you and wishing you all a very happy Independence Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arushi, Samal. That was beautiful and wonderful. I'll request Mr. Prashant to please invite on stage now Mr. Sean O'Farrell, Honorable Speaker of Lower House of Irish Parliament.
Thank you, Harsha. Harsa, can you read his brief intro, please?
Absolutely. Sean O'Farrell is a Speaker of Lower House of Irish Parliament,
Yes, go ahead.
a politician who has served as a Cain Corral of Tol Éireann since March 2016. He has been a TD for the Kildare South constituency since 2002. He was a senator for the Agriculture panel from 2000 to 2002. I request you all to please join me in welcoming Mr. Sean Farrell.
Thank you, Harsa.
As Count Corla of Dol Éireann, Chairman of the Lower House of the Irish Parliament, I'm again honoured to address a few short words of greeting and warm good wishes to my many friends taking part in India Day 2021. Since taking office in 2016, my involvement with India Day has been one of the great pleasures of my official duties, and I thank the organisers for extending such a warm invitation to me to be with you remotely today. I commend my many friends in the Ireland India Council for their work in making this day happen again in very difficult circumstances, and also the Council's many allies and supporters who work so hard to make this event such a memorable, warm and engaging one for all friends of India. Sadly, as with last year, we find ourselves continuing the seamlessly endless battle against the scourge of COVID. It is an insidious enemy which knows no borders and does not differentiate between nations, people, the young, the old, the healthy, the infirm. All of us are in danger until all of us are safe. However, this pandemic has shown us that we work best when we work together. These dark clouds will lift sooner rather than later, we hope. And I look forward to India Day next year as an opportunity to once again celebrate in person all that is good about Indian-Irish relations. In the meantime, we're forced to mark this important day remotely. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the opening of the Indian Embassy here in Ireland. I congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Sandeep Kumar on this significant and important milestone in the development of official ties between Ireland and India. It is worth noting that Ireland's embassy in India, which opened in 1964, was our first embassy in Asia. We have continued to commit our diplomatic presence in India with consular and state agencies promoting a range of mutually beneficial projects, notably in the areas of bilateral trade, education and tourism. And I use this welcome opportunity to thank Ambassador Kumar and his hard-working team on the work they do here in Ireland in a wide range of different spheres to promote closer cooperation between our two countries in many important areas. While separated by many thousands of kilometres, our similar experiences of colonialism, our struggles for independence, and our close cooperation on the international stage have perhaps linked us more closely than most other nations. There is mutual respect between our people, a mutual interest in each other's history and culture, and I'm strongly of the view that there are characteristics and personality traits in our people which transcend the physical distance between us. And this, to me, is key. As a long-time public representative, I know the importance of person-to-person contact. We grow and mature in ourselves by knowing about other countries, other people, other cultures. Ireland is so much the richer for the deep positive impact our many Indian friends have made to this country over many decades. They have helped to make our small nation a tolerant, respectful, economically vibrant and inclusive place in which we can all live together. The many Indian people who have come to Ireland, some for short periods, some to settle permanently, have made an enormously important contribution to Ireland's success and well-being. While it is difficult to be precise in such matters, there are as many as 45,000 Indian people living here in Ireland. I use this opportunity of India Day to thank them all, most sincerely, for the contribution they make to our society, a community they share proudly with us. Many work in high-tech industries, engineering, IT, pharmaceuticals, discovering cutting-edge solutions to today's many challenges and problems. Many are involved in key areas of education, tourism, hospitality, finance and trade. But in view of the past 18 months,
I hope I will be forgiven for singling out one particular group. I want to salute all those from India and those of Indian ancestry who have tirelessly, selflessly, and diligently worked in the healthcare, medical, and nursing sectors in recent months. Their work at the front line in this battle against this capricious, cruel virus is something for which we were all profoundly thankful. We owe a deep and lasting debt of gratitude to our Indian relatives, friends, colleagues and neighbours who have joined the many other doctors, nurses, carers and health officials in putting their own lives at risk to help others. I salute and sincerely thank you, each of you, for this. As Ceann Comhairle, I will continue to work assiduously to strengthen and promote the excellent bilateral relations between our two proud nations, particularly at parliamentary level. I remarked at last year's India Day celebrations, and it still stands, that my door is always open to creative and imaginative ways in which to promote even closer links between us. I also expressed the hope 12 months ago that we could explore parliamentary visits between the houses of the Oireachtas and the Lok Sabha as a practical way to further strengthen our excellent bilateral relations. Unfortunately, such plans must remain on hold for some time yet, but I earnestly look forward to Indian parliamentarians visiting Ireland, or indeed an Oireachtas delegation experiencing at first hand the rich culture and history of your noble land. We aspire to that in happier, healthier days to come. In the meantime, I wish you all a most happy, enjoyable, peaceful and safe India Day. Thank you. Goibh Maith.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sean O'Farrell. Those were very, very informative words. Indeed, there's so much that unites us that we embrace every day. So moving on, we have now Mr. Sean Fleming joining us. He's the Minister of State at the Department of Finance. He was appointed to this role in July 2020. He was also elected as a member of Lewis County Council in 1999 and served in the role for more than 4 years. An accountant educated at University College Dublin, Sean has served as the Dole Public Accounts Committee. He was also a member of the Finance and Public Expenditure Committee and was Fine Gael spokesperson on public expenditure and reform. I would request Mr. Prashant to please invite him on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wish you all a happy National Day. It is my pleasure to join you all again. 2021 is a significant anniversary for India, marking 75 years of independence, but also significant in Irish-Indian relations, as it is over 70 years since India opened its embassy in Dublin in 1951. In the other direction, our first embassy in Asia was in New Delhi. In many ways, our national story has been remarkably similar. Achieving independence from the United Kingdom and using our newfound national spirit to focus on working with global partners to achieve our prosperity and world peace. This is shown by both our countries taking up seats on the United Nations Security Council this year. Our countries have a proud tradition of multilateral solutions to global peace. Ireland's first peacemaker served shoulder to shoulder with that of India in the Congo way back in 1960. It is with that spirit we have both taken on the challenges of the pandemic that has been thrown at us in the past year or so. We've seen tremendous suffering in both our countries, yet these challenges have not dampened our community spirit and our commitments globally. I am very pleased to say that during India's second wave of COVID-19, Ireland has sent 2 flights of support materials to India, including oxygen ventilators, oxygen generators, and other vital medical equipment worth some €10 million. The Indian community in Ireland includes many health professionals who are making a major contribution to Ireland's fight against COVID. The latest estimate is that 20% of nurses in the HSE are Indian. But members of the Indian community are also very important in the IT sector, in engineering and in senior management positions right throughout the country. India should be equally proud of the role it has played in the vaccine rollout. The huge global effort would not be possible without the technical knowledge and manufacturing capacity of India's pharmaceutical companies. As our two countries begin our journey of recovery out of the pandemic, we have a great opportunity to grow our bilateral relationship, to create jobs and tackle global issues such as inequality and climate change. I would like to thank Ambassador Kumar for his work in this regard and his commitment to enhancing our unique relationship. I look forward to meeting Ambassador Mishra, who I have no doubt will continue the proud tradition that India has in this country. Let me now turn to my own area of ministerial responsibility, which deals with the financial services sector. Trade between our two countries in insurance is worth mentioning, as the official statistics from the Irish Central Statistics Office show for financial services, the most notable volume is trade in insurance. When you crunch the numbers, you'll find 4% of Ireland's imports across all types of services from India are in insurance, and that trade makes up 2% of Ireland's exports to services to India. That data covers trade in insurance itself, that is, the insurance premiums and any claims paid for the risk that was insured. However, the value of economic links in international financial services between our two economies is larger than what the figures we have seen published by the CSO because of outsourcing of activities by firms based in Ireland to entities in India. This is not just in the insurance sector, but also in other sectors in international financial services like funds management or asset management or banking. I think it's very positive to see the EU-India FTA talks will resume again after a hiatus for over 8 years now, if I recall. And these talks should resume, I think, in the next month or so. I know our state agencies, Enterprise Ireland, IDA, Tourism Ireland, see India as a key growth market area for the future. And with total trade between our two countries in services is worth approximately €4 billion per annum. I think most of you will be aware that the Kerry Group, CRH and PMG Group are amongst the most successful Irish businesses in India. Kerry is an important player in the food ingredient sector, supplying Subway, McDonald's and other catering related companies. CRH invested $280 million in the cement factory in South India in 2008 and has opened offices in Mumbai. PM Group was appointed in 2012 to design a project and manage a 69 million plant in the state of Gujarat. An increasing number of Indian pharmaceutical firms are developing a presence in Ireland through the acquisitions of locally based entities. Reliance and resilience of the UK pharmaceutical company Gendamix, which has an R&D and operational development centre in Tullamore, which happens to be in my own constituency here in Laois Offaly in the Midlands. A number of Indian ICT firms have also operations in Ireland, including Infosys, Wipro, Satyam, Polaris and Tata Consulting Services, with a combined workforce of up to 3,000 people. Ireland and India, we have a shared history. I see huge opportunities between our countries in the area of sustainable finance. This is a complex challenge that faces both Indian and European lawmakers.
There was some technical glitch and we got disconnected. So I convey our sincere thanks to the minister and his team and the Kam Gorla and his office that organizing these links directly from their media centers or from their offices. Thank you so much. Harsha, can you move on to our next speaker? She is very unique. Actually, her constituency is the host of this family, and she is a great friend of Indian community. Like we have other mayors, Mayor Peter Kavanagh and Mayor Letty McCarthy. And we have, with all these three mayors, very personal bond, very personal relations, and not only with Ireland India Council, but with with our community members. I remember almost 10 years back, Letty McCarthy was representing her county council in one of our Diwali events, and that was in person. So in 10 years, I think nothing changed. No, and she still looked like same. So thank you, Mayor McCarthy. Thank you, Shema Roderick, and thank you, Peter Kavra, for accepting this invitation. And this means a lot of us. And all the mayors and their county councils, they are greatly supporting our work. And we look forward to working with them again in the future and continue with our partnership. Harsha, please read out Shema Roderick, Councillor.
Sure. Thank you so much. It was great to know this anecdote and some historical background on this. And now it's time to call on stage Councillor Shana O'Roda. Shana O'Roda was elected Mayor of Fingal in June 2021. She has prioritized community mental health and the increased participation of women in public life during her time as mayor. She is honored to engage with so many groups and organizations who strive to improve their communities and is deeply grateful for the invitation to be part of 7th India Day celebration. She looks forward to exploring this year's theme, Vision for India-Ireland EU Cooperation in a post-COVID world, and the continued solidarity and partnership between Ireland and India. So kindly put your hands together and join me in welcoming Councillor Shana O'Roda.
Thank you so much, Harsha, and namaste. Is mór an honor dom a bheith láthrainniu chun lá na Hindia fiche hain a Céilúra live. It is a huge honor for me to be invited to be part of the 7th India Day celebration in Ireland on the 75th anniversary of independence. Dhanyavad. I would like to commend Prashant and the India Day Organising Committee and the Ireland India Council for putting together such an impressive programme today, and to everyone who is taking part too. Listening earlier to Harsha speak about oneness, I know I certainly felt at one listening to the wonderful music that opened the day and watching Basanta dance. I felt echoes of our own ancient Irish culture and heritage. There's no doubt that we would prefer to be celebrating together in the beautiful surroundings of Farmley, as Mr. Buckley outlined, but we can't, unfortunately. In particular, today I want to send out my thoughts and prayers to families affected by COVID-19. I can only imagine how the travel restrictions had huge impacts on the Indian community in Ireland, as they did around the world, but hopefully the worst is over us and we can move together. We can move forward together. So today's a celebration of freedom, and we have lots in common with our Irish Indian heritage and history and friendship. So as Harsha said, I'm the Mayor of Fingal, one of the 4 local authorities, and it was really wonderful to meet with my 4 mayor colleagues, the Dublin mayors, last month, and we discussed India Day when we met, which was great, and it's something that I hope that we can work together. So I see Cathaoirleach Letty McCarthy and Mayor Peter Kavanagh on the call today, and sending warmest greetings to them. So approximately 300,000 people live in Fingal, which is to the north of the county of Dublin, and we have the youngest and the most diverse population in the state. Many Indians have made Fingal their home, and throughout my year as mayor, I would like to strengthen the ties between Fingal County Council and the Ireland India Council. So many opportunities exist in the areas of education and culture, science, research, trade and tourism. I'd like to thank the Indian ambassador to Ireland, Mr. Sandeep Kumar, for strengthening the ties between our two countries. I understand that he will leave Ireland shortly, and I wish him continued success in the future. I extend my warmest greetings to the Indian community here in Ireland and to everyone watching this around the world on India's 75th Independence Day. Enjoy the day ahead, and I really, really look forward to when we can actually meet in person. Gurvmila Magwiv, thank you, Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Shana. It was a pleasure hearing you. Such positive energy, and I'm definitely visiting Fingal very soon.
Great.
And then now, so moving on, we are very glad to now welcome Dr. Bibek Debroy, who is the chairman of Economic Advisory.
I'm just making one introduction.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Today it is actually the actual India Day in India and Indian Independence Day. So Professor Debroy is not present in person, but he sent a lovely talk, and it is by video. And I'm thinking to change a bit order in terms of to keep continuity with our relationship with county councils. And after that, we could have Professor Debroy's talk. And it is very important talk, which he outlined whole vision for cultural relationship and economic relationship between India and Ireland. And he hold a very significant position in Indian government. So I invite all of you, if you please, attend his talk. And but we are slightly changing the speaking order here. And my apologies to other guests for this interruption. So can we have Mayor of South Dublin County Council, Peter Kavanagh? He's, I think most of the Indian community belong to his constituency in South Dublin, and he's a keen supporter and well-wisher of Ireland-India Council and Indian community. He's a friend of India. So, Harsha, can you go for Mr. Peter Kavanagh?
Absolutely. Delighted to introduce Councillor Peter Kavanagh, a former broadcaster, actor, educator, and translator. Mayor Peter Kavanagh was born and raised in Clondalkin, South Dublin County, and was elected in 2019. He was elected as mayor in June 2021. Peter is a passionate advocate for climate change, public housing, and minority rights. He first visited India in 2013. Peter is a keen activist for language rights and has been proud to support the Indian community in South Dublin at a number of events since his election as councillor. Very, very delighted to welcome you, Councillor Peter Kavanagh.
Thank you very much indeed. Sabiko Namaskar, Shuv Dobaher. It's an honour to be here today to celebrate the 7th India Day in Ireland. And I want to echo the thoughts of my colleagues who spoke earlier about what a disappointment it is that we continue to do these events remotely. I know we would much rather be here in person, but it is important to celebrate these, particularly on the auspicious occasion of the 75th anniversary of India's independence. And much has been made already in speeches by my colleagues and indeed by the Count Corlia of the shared history we have of that struggle for independence and how it inspires our national psyches and identities. And I think we have that in common, and it's worth building on that. The Indian community plays a massive role in Ireland, not just here in South Dublin, where, as Mr. Prashant Shukla has said, I think most of the Indian community in Ireland resides, and certainly parts of South Dublin are very proud of their connection with India. And we are delighted to host so many members of the Indian community here in South Dublin. But throughout Ireland, the impact that the Indian community has had on Ireland has been astounding, just utterly simply incredible. I think that Indians in Ireland have changed our culture, our perception of other countries for the better. The impact that they've had on our healthcare system has been mentioned by the esteemed Count Corliss, Sean O'Farrell, but also on our culinary and cultural spheres, and indeed on sport, which is where most of my experience of the Indian community began. I was, when I was younger, a keen cricketer, and I think I don't speak out of turn when I say that India has historically been one of the best, if not the best, test nation in cricket history, and I wish them well as they continue to do so. And indeed, all of the Indian community here in Ireland, what they add to our sporting community, not just through athletics. I really want to congratulate India on winning their first ever track and field gold medal at the recent games in the javelin. Such a phenomenal achievement. We had a very successful Olympic Games ourselves, the first one we've ever won gold medals in 2 different sports. So a fantastic time in Tokyo for both India and Ireland. But I hope we can build on these links that have been there through our medical community, through our food and culture, our sport, and we can continue to grow together. I'm sitting here in my office in Tallaght in South Dublin, and behind me is the Irish flag, the colours of which, of course, are shared with the Indian flag, which means that that beautiful logo of the Ireland India Council can go seamlessly from the Irish flag into the Indian flag. I really am struck by that. I think it's wonderful. And the Indian flag appeals to me in so many ways, not just because of the shared colour, but also because of the shared mentality that the Indian tricolour means a connection between the truth and honesty and integrity of our leaders, what drives us, what keeps us going, a connection with the land. And I'm struck, as always, by the words of the philosopher Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, who was India's first vice president and his second president, when he spoke about the flag, and he spoke about the Ashoka chakra in the center of the white of the flag, the wheel, the law of dharma, that there is death in stagnation. The wheel denotes motion. There is life in movement. India should no more resist change. It must move and go forward. The wheel represents the dynamism of a peaceful change. So let that guide us. Let's look at the message of that Ashoka chakra together. Let Ireland and India not stagnate, but develop. Let's take the lessons we have from this global pandemic and work together into the future to forge new bonds with the European Union in a post-COVID environment. I wish everybody well on this India Day. I wish to congratulate the Indian community on the 75th anniversary of Indian independence. And I want to say as well, Gura Mila Mahagar, thank you all so much for the honour you bestow on South Dublin County by attending this event. I would also like to say I'm delighted that South Dublin County's social inclusion section was able to support this event, and we will continue to do so into the future. The Indian community is incredibly important to us in South Dublin, and it will continue to be for many years to come. Gurmila Mahagav, thank you.
Thank you so much for the lovely message, Mr. Peter Kavanagh. It was wonderful. So moving on, now I would like to invite Councillor Letty McCarthy. Would that be the correct sequence then, Mr. Prashant? Just to confirm on this.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So Councillor Letty McCarthy was elected Carlow Dunleary Rathdown County Council at the Council's annual general meeting on 14th of June. Councillor McCarthy, a representative of Labour Party, was first elected to the County Council in 2004 as a councillor for the Glenclan Sandyford ward. She has a keen interest in politics and has been particularly involved in trying to make the immediate environment and community a better place to live by clearing litter, planting trees, flowers, and shrubs. Living in one of the fastest growing areas of the city, she was also founding member of Step Aside Area Residents Association and the very successful Step Aside St. Patrick's Day Parade. I would request Mr. Prashant to please have Letty McCarthy on stage.
You're very welcome, Mayor McCarthy, and lovely to see you again here virtually.
Thank you so much, Harsha, and thank you so much, Mr. Prashant. It is so lovely to be here, and I'm glad you mentioned Diwali Day, which was, I think, about 10 years ago, and it is still very, very much and very fresh in my mind. And what I loved about it was, it was a real case of let the children come. It was how you celebrated children. And that was something that really struck me. Rather than sit back and be quiet, the emphasis was very much let the children be heard. And it was so beautiful, that they just were free to move, to get up on the stage, to dance, to just be themselves and to be free and to see how comfortable they were in that environment. So yeah, and I hope I have an opportunity to celebrate it with you again, because it was one of the highlights of my term as Cathaoirleach between 2010 and 2011. And I think will always stay like that in my mind. So it was particularly nice to be asked to come and speak to this 7th Indian Day celebration. And like other speakers have said, of course, I'd rather be in Fernley. In fact, I would love to be there, but I'm sure each and every one of you would like to be there as well. And I want to congratulate you, because I think it's so much more difficult to organize an online event than if you were to do it in person. And I really hope we can be back next year for that. But well done on ensuring that the event went ahead and that we keep this connection going. That is very, very important. Now, I represent Dún Laoghaire Rathdown, and Dún Laoghaire Rathdown, our logo is Oclún Go Siad. So that is between the mountains and the sea. So in our beautiful part of Dublin, we have the mountains, which we all love to explore. And certainly during the recent pandemic, we found the mountains such a wonderful area of peace and of solitude, because we all know that nature will heal and that nature is a healer. And I know so many of our constituents found this when they walked up to the mountains, and just all the beautiful nature and scenery, regardless whether it was spring, summer, or autumn. Each season brought its own beauty, and with it brought its healing powers to all our constituents who badly needed it. And then, of course, we have the beautiful harbour all around, from Dalkey all the way to Blackrock, and that beautiful seafront that's there, and the piers that anybody can walk on. That's public amenity and open to the public. And we know many of our Indian communities living in Dún Laoghaire Rathdown enjoy those free amenities that are there, and we're obviously delighted with that. Our population in Dún Laoghaire is just over 218,000, and a third of our area is rural. So we still have, which is lovely, we still have the rural area, especially around the foothills of the mountains. So even though it's one of the fastest growing areas, so a lot of you would be familiar with Dundrum Town Centre and Carrick Mines, and some of the busier, the Sandyford Business Estate, where many of our Indian community would be employed and would be working. But we also have the rural. We still would have a farming community there, and we all have friends from India that live near us and work near us and with us. And like my other mayor speakers have said, I too would like to wish your outgoing ambassador every good wish. And I look forward to perhaps meeting him, Ambassador Kamal. I might meet you before you leave, and certainly look forward to welcoming your new ambassador to Dún Laoghaire Rathdown, and we'll be inviting them to my office so we can have a discussion and a chat, and to see how we can continue to to create these wonderful links that we already have here. In October, we will be celebrating the Festival of Social Inclusion, and we do this every October. And, you know, the various community groups and organisations within Dún Laoghaire Rathdown, everybody is invited to that, and it's an absolutely amazing festival. And certainly we have many of our Indian community taken part in that. So I'm really looking forward to that again in October. And across our county, we also have a number of Indian-based groups that we work with, including the Social Spacing Ireland, the UTSAV, and the Blackrock Indian Association. And these groups provide a wide variety of services and activities, such as language classes, cultural activities, sports and cultural programs, and these all greatly enhance our society here. And on a personal level, as somebody who doesn't eat meat and a vegetarian, my favorite food is Indian food. And I think for anybody that tastes really good, authentic Indian food, they probably would never eat meat again. I mean, what you do with vegetables and, you know, chickpeas and all of this, I just love it. And I love all of you for introducing that to our country, because I think I would be lost without the beautiful Indian food. I am trying to perfect my recipes. So if anybody wants to take me for a day or two and teach me some of your local dishes, I certainly would take up that offer, because I absolutely adore it. Even with your rice, everything, it's lovely. And that really brings me to the end of what I would like to say today on the 74th anniversary of Indian independence. We acknowledge and we celebrate the ever-growing and improving relations between Ireland and India, and we look forward to further cooperations in the future. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for what you have done to date, and especially today. And finally, Ruth, how you sung Aron Naveen, that was just amazing. That certainly brought goosebumps to me as well. It was so beautiful. And the dance. So again, to all of you, Garamila Mahagat Agus Longola.
Thank you so much, Mayor McCarthy. It is lovely, and definitely we will arrange someone who can, boost your vegetarian experience and authentic Indian vegetarian.
Wow, thank you.
So that's lovely. And moving on, I believe the Lord Mayor of Dublin will be fine to be the last. So can we have Vivek Debroy now? And I think we will connect in if we have questions to answer on any of his topic or point. So Harsha, can you have the welcome and introduction for Professor Debroy?
Sure. But yeah, thank you so much for that, Letty McCarthy. Just wanted to say a few words on that. I mean, really looking forward to the Social Inclusion Festival that you mentioned about. Very exciting. It sounds very informative. And now, yeah, moving on to the next in line for us, Dr. Vivek Debroy. He's a chairman of PM's Economic Council. Debroy has made significant contributions to game theory, economic theory, income and social inequalities, poverty, law reforms, railway reforms, and Indology, among others. He's currently serving as the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister Office. From its inception in January 2015 till June 2019, Mr. Debroy was a member of Niti Aayog. Niti is a Hindi word for strategy, the think tank of Indian government. He was awarded the Padma Shri Award. It's the fourth highest civilian honor in India in 2015. And in 2016, he was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award by US India Business Summit. Debroy has authored over 110 books, 110 books in the field of economics, polity, Indology, and Sanskrit. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Bibek Debroy.
Who are associated and identified with the terrible massacre that happened in April 19 in Jallianwala Bagh, as a result of which Rabindranath Tagore gave up his knighthood. And those names, of course, are Michael O'Dwyer and Reginald Dyer. But then, we don't remember them. We don't particularly want to remember them. We do want to remember our sister Nivedita. Who we do want to remember are the likes of Annie Besant, who set up the Home Rule League. What we do want to remember is the Irish contribution in the area of schools. At that time, you mentioned education. Wikipedia probably, where you picked up some of my bio, Wikipedia probably does say that I was born in Shillong, which is now in the state of Meghalaya, in the northeastern parts of India. And I studied in a school called St. Peter's. But right next to St. Peter's is what is probably the most famous school and college in Shillong even today, and that's called St. Edmunds, which was set up by Irish missionaries. In Delhi, if one is speaking of, if one is asking people about good schools, you'll hear the name of St. Columbus. And St. Columbus again is a school that was set up by Irish missionaries. So there are these links, the cultural links, the educational links that transcended the colonial policy. The mention has already been made about Rabindranath Tagore and Yeats. And I'm aware, although I've not been to Dublin, I'm aware that the Tagore statue is there in St. Stephen's Green. But it's not just about Yeats. I would venture to suggest that more people, let's say in Delhi, I would venture to suggest that more people in Delhi still read George Bernard Shaw, Oscar Wilde, and James Joyce than they do in London. We have some idea of how early human migrations took place. But I know a little bit more than that, because one thing that's not there in Wikipedia is I actually did an ancestry test, which is on the basis of your DNA sample. And the ancestry test, as you probably know, works through the mother's side, not through the father's side. And it's of course probabilistic. It's not deterministic, it's not certain. So there are certain attributes and they are matched against a database of attributes. And if I look at mine, all of our ancestors migrated out of Africa at some point in time. If I look at mine, it floated around in Europe for some time. Unlike several other Indians who've done similar tests, for them, out of Africa, through the Middle East, down through Gujarat, into India, mine was slightly different. It floated around in Europe for some time, southern parts of Europe, and then headed to India much later. So obviously there is a history of common human migrations, specific to Europe and to the broader Indian region, with a common descent, which is probably the reason why Sanskrit and Gaelic come from the same family of languages, which is probably also the reason why you have a certain similarity in words. Which is probably the reason why there is a certain similarity in legends and myths also. Whether it is in comparisons of Ganga with the counterpart, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Ganu, there are a lot of similarities between legends connected with the descent of Ganga and Ganu. There are a lot of similarities between Indra, the god of thunder, lightning, and rain, and again, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, you, too, whatever is the pronunciation. Some years ago, I read a paper by an archaeologist which said that the Kampu horn, which is still played in Kerala, is very similar to the horns that used to be played in Ireland once upon a time. I have no idea whether you still use horns or not.
Yeah.
So that's our tradition, that's our legacy, that's the richness of commonality that we share. But today, we are specifically here because India is heading towards a celebration. In fact, when this recording is played out, it will be the celebration of the 75th Independence Day. India became independent in 1947. Soon after that, in 1950, we had the Constitution. And the Constitution provides the enabling framework for the polity and the socio-economic structure that exists in India today. The Indian Constitution is one of the oldest constitutions in the world. And when it was drafted, it borrowed on the constitutions of a whole lot of constitutions in other countries, including the Irish one, and this is a fact that has already been mentioned. Specifically, it seems to me that there are certain elements where I can clearly detect influences of the Irish Constitution. One of them is the clear separation of powers between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The second one is the directive principles of state policy. The third one is on the method that is used for electing the president. And the fourth one is the process that we have. We have an upper house, we have a lower house. The Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. And the fourth one is the process that we have for nomination to the upper house. There would have been other ingredients also because we shared a common tradition, a common law tradition. There was the influence of the colonial legacy. But nonetheless, these are some elements that I can clearly detect are as elements where the Irish Constitution has influenced the determination of the Indian Constitution. Before I move on to other things, I should also mention in passing a tragic incident which also unites Ireland and India in some way. And I'm referring, of course, to the Kanishka air crash. It was a tragic incident, but yes, that has also been remembered in Ireland. Post-independence, the importance of these bilateral links and relationships has been stamped with Prime Ministerial visits from our side and presidential visits from your side. And as you already said, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Ireland in 2015, which provided the trigger for India Day. Once COVID is out of the way, I would suggest that it is time for an Irish presidential visit to take place once again. 2006 seems like a long, long time ago. I've talked about political freedom, but political freedom is not only about political freedom, it is also about economic freedom. And although there are a lot of areas where there is a commonality, we must remember that our two countries are at two completely different levels of development. The usual yardstick for making cross-country comparisons is per capita income expressed in US dollars. So we are at a per capita income of about $2,200 now. $2,200. And I'm guessing that your per capita income would be about $95,000. And it's important to remember that we are at 2,200, you are at 95,000. So therefore the priority is about to be different. The priorities for this government, and when I say this government, I don't mean the government that has been here since 2019, I mean the government that has been here since 2015, because there is a continuity between the two Narendra Modi governments. The priority across both of these governments is to ask the question, why are people poor? People aren't voluntarily poor. Everyone wants to better his or her life. If people are poor, they are poor because they lack the requisite physical and social infrastructure to lift themselves out of poverty. And one of the conscious decisions of this government has been to deliver this. In several of Indian villages where, despite 7 decades having passed since independence, this physical and social infrastructure did not exist. We have 600,000 villages. In many of these, roads did not exist, gas connections did not exist, electricity connections did not exist. There was no railroad connectivity in many parts of India. For example, the Northeast, I mentioned the Northeast where I happen to be born. 7 decades after independence, many of the states in the Northeast did not have a railway network, did not have an airport, water, toilets, health services. Looking at India, it is often useful to look at it in terms of a rural-urban divide, although there is a continuum. But in terms of the census, there is a rural-urban divide. And many parts of rural India, which means those 600,000 villages, were deprived. And in scheme after scheme, what this government has tried to do since 2014 is to deliver this physical and social infrastructure in geographical parts of India that have been bypassed and marginalized. And so far as subsidies are concerned, because some people must be subsidized, so far as subsidies are concerned, to have direct benefit transfers so that the subsidies do not go through middlemen, but are directly channeled into the bank accounts of Indians. And I would venture to suggest that one of the reasons COVID has not hit India in the rural areas that badly is because of these welfare provisions delivered in the rural areas. There is an index that was brought out in the economic survey and document that is brought out by the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. It's called the Basic Necessities Index. It clearly shows the improvement in access to these inputs over time. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying everything is perfect. I remember when I was a student in England, I should no longer say Britain, I should say England. When I was a student in England, we did not have any compunction about drinking water straight from the tap. In India, normally, one would shudder to think of drinking water from the tap. A, you would not have 24/7 water from the tap. B, even if you have that water 24/7 from the tap, it would not be of the requisite quality. So it is remarkable that a week ago, a city named Bhubaneswar in India became the first city in India to offer 24/7 potable water from the tap. It's a remarkable achievement. It is a remarkable achievement that I think 21 out of Haryana's 22 rural districts have 24/7 water supply now from the tap. Not potable, but the target for rural India is to have tap water, potable tap water for rural India to every household by 2020. So that's the background pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, to get beyond that per capita income level of $2,200, you need growth. And growth essentially comes from four sources: consumption, investment, government expenditure, and net exports. Growth essentially comes from productivity, which means making labor, land, and capital markets more efficient. I mentioned the Constitution, and in terms of the Constitution, India has a federal structure, although it's not quite federal in a strict legal sense. So, therefore, a lot also depends on the states. There are certain areas that are meant for the union government, certain areas meant for the state governments, and certain areas that are in a concurrent list. And many of these things that I mentioned, the land markets, the labor markets, less so the capital markets, making them efficient is contingent on what state governments do. But to come back to what I just said, so far as growth is concerned, it has to be consumption, investment, government expenditure, and exports. Exports are partly, not entirely, a function of what is going on in the world, the global economic environment. And even before the global economic environment, the world economic environment was not that conducive to growth, not as much as it was in the 70s and in the 80s even. The WTO was not functioning the way it was supposed to function. The world was being divided into regional blocks. And then COVID hit us. If one looks at COVID, and one looks at India's population, the absolute numbers seem horrendous. But I would suggest that compared to the dire predictions that were made by models in around March 2020, the number of infections and the number of deaths has been nowhere near those dire projections. And if you normalize by things like population, you will find even during the second phase, that is 2021, the death rate wasn't that high. Of course, the entire world has been hit by COVID. And some of the effects, if not on mortality and morbidity, will only surface after several decades perhaps, as was the case with the Spanish flu. But all said and done, India hasn't handled COVID that badly on health grounds. And although the vaccination record could be better, the vaccination record is fairly impressive so far. So even if there is a third phase, I think that third phase, A, it will vary from state to state, and B, even when that third phase happens, I think it will be reflected in infections and not so much in deaths because of the vaccination. That's the health part, but there's the economic. And on the economic part, much of what has happened last year was a function of the lockdown. And obviously, if there is a lockdown, it is going to hit economic activity back. Last year's lockdown was a lockdown that was imposed by the union government. This year's lockdown is much more decentralized. It's determined at the local body level. So the shock of this year's lockdown in economic terms has not been that bad. As you probably know, we follow a financial year, not a calendar year. And this particular financial year, whether you're talking to someone within government or you're talking to someone outside government, the consensus is that this year, real growth, this year means this financial year, 21-22, real growth will be around 9 to 10%, which is pretty impressive. But we must remember that this real growth is happening because of the decline last year. Partly. So the relevant question to ask is what is going to be the real rate of growth, not this year, but from next year. And given a whole range of reforms that this government has put in, I think from next year, not this year, from next year we are talking about real rates of growth of 6% increasing to 7% or thereabouts. If I look forward for the next 5 years. Why am I not saying something like 9%? Because I'm not very confident about 9%. For the very simple reason that, as I said, the global economic environment is no longer as benign as it used to be. It is somewhat malign. And COVID has also reinforced protections. So therefore, I think a 6 to 7% real rate of growth is doable. 6 to 7% may not seem to be very impressive compared to the potential of 9%, but because of the exponential nature of growth rates like that also completely change the nature of poverty, the nature of development, the nature of aspirations. They also lead to socio-economic churn, because here is a country, here is a democratic country, which is going through a very fast rate of growth. And many of the Western countries, including Ireland, got where they are today, not with such fast rates of growth, but with slower rates of growth extended over decades. So the socio-economic impact of that tends to be cushioned and is much lower compared to what happens when you have fast rates of growth in a society. Where does this leave India and Ireland? Some of the sectors have already been mentioned. The commonality of language has already been mentioned. You've also mentioned game theory. By the way, there are plenty of Indians in the area of game theory. I think the sectors, and you've also mentioned 45,000 people of Indian origin in Ireland. I didn't know that. I hadn't realized there were so many. I think the broad areas are very simple to identify. Although any such identification is based on notions of static competitive advantage, and one has absolutely no idea of where market forces take you in terms of dynamic competitive advantage. Offhand, I would say, at a general level of aggregation, the clear area is services, broadly defined. You also mentioned that. Within services, of course, IT and IT-related services, educational services, which you also mentioned, and then I need to quickly mention something in case you do not know this. the government of India has come out with a national educational policy which has a roadmap for what is going to happen to education in India by 2030. And in terms of that roadmap, which has to be fleshed out now in terms of implementation, it involves competition and opening up. And of course, I would add the obvious sector in addition to services, which of course is pharmaceuticals, by which I also mean R&D in pharmaceuticals. Those are my initial remarks. Thank you once again for having me back.
Thank you, everyone. I think it was a wonderful presentation by Chairman of Economic Advisory Council of Prime Minister of India. And with his remarks, he outlined the whole area of collaboration and partnership with Ireland. And his office is very supportive for this, as I mentioned before. As we are already running late, and some of our speakers, which supposed to present before, haven't actually, running late because of the schedule. So the next speaker is the Lord Mayor of Dublin, and then the presentation from Mr. Rajesh Mehta, and after that, Damien Nee will make his observations and expand actually what really we need to do. So Harsha, can you have the Lord Mayor of Dublin next, and then Mr. Rajesh Mehta? So,
Sure. Just wanted to add one thing here. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to put it on the comment box. We'll be very, very happy to take them. And now next in line is, as Mr. Prashant said, Lord Mayor Alison Gilliland, who is the Mayor of Dublin. She was elected the 353rd Mayor of Dublin at the annual meeting of Dublin City Council held on 28th June 2021. A member of Labour Party, she was first elected to Dublin City Council in 2014, representing the Beaumont, the Hunameet local. Can you guys please keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking? That would be very helpful. Sorry to break that. So she was the chairperson of the DCC Strategic Policy Committee, the SPC, on housing, and is a member of the Finance SPC. She's also an alternate member to the European Committee of the Regions and sits on the Commission for Citizenship, Governance, Institutional and External Affairs. Please join me in welcoming Lord Mayor of Dublin, Alison Gilliland.
I want to express my warmest congratulations to the Indian community in Dublin, Ireland and across the world on the occasion of India's 75th Independence Day. Ireland and India have made remarkable progress since independence. Today we stand proudly on the world stage, brimming with innovation, talent and ideas. As we join in celebrating the 7th India Day here in Ireland, I also take great pride in the excellent ties we have developed between our two communities. Our engagement is future-oriented and has enabled us to seize new opportunities and fast-changing global trends. I am confident that we will be able to celebrate India Day in person next year, and I look forward to working with you to realise this. As you know, the Ireland-India Council enthusiastically worked to establish India Day in Ireland in 2015 with a collaborative partnership with the Office of Public Works and Garda Síochána, the Embassy of India, various civic bodies, particularly our council, Dublin City Council. The celebration is steered by a steering committee drawn from prominent Irish and Indian personalities representing community groups, business, professional institutes and policymakers. From 2015 to 2019 at Farmley House and Gardens, an overall total of approximately 40,000 people attended the event in person. But sadly, due to COVID-19, India Day in 2020 was celebrated virtually. I'm delighted that this year we are celebrating in a hybrid format. However, the online platform has allowed an increase in participation of various stakeholders, particularly from India. It has grown into the largest Irish-Indian event in Ireland. India Day provides multiple opportunities for participants to come together in one place to experience culture, heritage, music, arts, crafts, meditation and yoga. Trade and tourist industries and interests are growing in celebratory settings, and participants enjoy cultural heritage with exciting entertainment. India Day has received outstanding support from our Ceann Comhairle, former Taoiseach, Mr. Leo Varadkar and Mr. Enda Kenny, former Taoiseach, Ms. Frances Fitzgerald and Mrs. Joan Burton, and the current and former Lord Mayors of Dublin. On the second India Day launch in 2016, the first Ireland-Indian Parliamentary Friendship Group was established in Ireland and inaugurated by the Honourable Ceann Comhairle, Mr. Sean O'Farrell, in the presence of the Ambassador of India and over 20 deputies to both houses of the Oireachtas. This year's celebration is hybrid and will allow some cultural performers to participate in person and for the event to be broadcast live for viewers and participants. Dublin City Council and the India-Ireland Council for many years have worked together. The Ireland-India Council offers several services to Irish Indian community, businesses, universities, colleges, people and institutions. I want to congratulate the Ireland-India Council on organising this event for us and for the benefit of everybody. I am aware that the Ireland-India Council promotes Ireland-India friendships and shared heritage. They also support universal basic principles for integration, stating that frequent interaction between immigrants and member state citizens is a fundamental mechanism for integration. After Brexit, as a city and country, we must continue to enhance and build economic, social, educational and cultural links with countries like India in the current economic and political environment. In achieving these objectives, the Ireland-India Council and the Irish Indian community in Ireland can play a crucial role. Both Ireland and India have had profound effects on each other. It starts with our shared values in the ideals of freedom and democracy. Ireland-India relations go back to the 19th century when many Irish people joined the British Civil Service and colonial army regiments in the Indian subcontinent. During the colonial period, Irish missionaries and educators spread out in all regions of India. Irish-Indian links were further strengthened by the connections between the national freedom movements of the two countries. There were active contacts in other fields, the most prominent among them being a close relationship between W.B. Yeats and Rabindranath Tagore. It is estimated that there are about 35,000 Indians or persons of Indian origin living in Ireland. The majority of these people are working in health, medical, information technology, engineering, and management positions. The Indian community is well integrated into Irish society. We very much welcome and celebrate the active Indian community here in Dublin City and indeed across Ireland. We share similar values, particularly hard work and commitment to making a better life and a better community. The Indian community displays splendid qualities of enterprise and initiative, which is of benefit not only to your community, but also to our entire country. So finally, let me congratulate the Ireland-India Council, Dublin City Council, the Office for Integration on all their work to date and their continued commitment to integration. Once again, I wish everyone today and the wider Indian community well in the future. And I hope Ireland and India continue to build and maintain a great friendship and partnership. Gur Magad. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all. Thank you so much for that lovely message. And honestly, as a young woman, it's so inspiring to see women rising to such prestigious positions with Councillor Letty McCarthy and then Councillor Shana and now Lord Mayor Ellison. Just very, very inspiring. And now moving on, we have next in line Dr. Rajesh Mehta, who is the CEO of Mehta Software Services Private Limited and founder of Entry India. He has more than 20 years of experience in areas like market entry, international consulting, and public policy and communications. He has set up more than 24 foreign companies in India. He has been an advisor to various international organizations, including APCO Worldwide and Red Fort Strategies. He is on the board of leading non-profit called End Poverty. He's on the advisory board of Infinite Sum Modeling based out of Washington, Seattle, and Red Fort Strategies based out of Washington, DC. I would request Mr. Shukla to please invite him on stage with us today.
Mr. Mehta, you are very welcome, and I appreciate if you could actually please make your presentation live, and that will really help us and to have actually two-way interaction. Mr. Mehta. Mr. Mehta, you are there? I think before Mr. Mehta actually come on the speaking mode, we could have Damien Nee and Mr. Mehta can go after that. So, Damien.
All right.
Hi.
Sorry, I'll just take a moment to introduce you to the audience, for those who don't know you. Damien Nee is a co-chair of Ireland-India Council. He's also a member of National Office of Clinical Audit, ICO Committee, National Screening Service Policy Committee, Sexual Health Strategy Ireland, National Screening Service Policy, and Electronic Health Records Committee as well. And is also a Contract Bridge Association of Ireland Members and Competitions Committee. His key areas of interest are climate change, energy, health, policy as well. Very, very welcome to you, Damien Lee.
Kate Miller Foster. I love India, and since the first time I've been there, I find wonderful new things and facets about India constantly. But one of the primary things is their ability to have festivals and fun. Our St. Patrick's Day is just wonderful, and it lasts effectively for nearly a week. But in the whole run of wonderful festivals, and they appreciate the joy of life like no other nation on earth. And the 75th year of independence is an incredible achievement for India, in that if you look at the number of change that they have achieved in that period, they have gone from a society that had an awful lot of problems to being well on the way to being the world's largest economy by 2050. Because by then, it will be the IP and the intellectual thought processes that will determine a nation's success. And India's appreciation and love of education, to me, is just incredible. You can be in a small village down in Kerala, and they'll be pointing that guy from there is an engineer in Silicon Valley, and he's a doctor in such and such a place, and a mathematician and a lecturer, that they're wonderful. And the joy and happiness radiates from people. And, this is Heritage Week here. And we look at the Boyne sites and, our older towns and the buildings and everything. And if something is a few hundred years, we think, it's wonderful. But India had organized cities, 4,500, with central squares and water systems and, a well-organized administration system. And that has led to a depth and breadth of cultural and artistic traditions and activities that, to me, are a real wonder of the world. So what is unique is that we have the same type of mentalities, the same ideas, the same concepts, the same family values. We're both kind people, gentle people that appreciate how great life can be. Now, so earlier Sean Fleming mentioned, the large companies that interact with India, the CRHs, the Kerry groups and that. But we in the India Council believe that the backbone of every nation are the small, medium businesses, those employing sort of 400 to 500 people, mostly around the 50 to 150, 200 people. And what we want to do is create real personal relationships with those kind of companies, where each can assist the other. That India is the world's largest democracy and unquestionably the greatest cumulative intellectual range of activity. And Ireland, at the heart of the consumer group, the EU, and at the crossroads between India and the United States, can play a wonderful mutually life-enhancing role with India and Ireland and the States. We became prosperous through facilitating America and Europe in the 60s and 70s. And we can now mix that with facilitating India in the same way. And the key to that are the individuals. And what we want to do is, foster those personal relationships, match up small, medium Indian companies, get them talking with each other, getting the principals and the management working with each other to find mutual support, because we've lost so many manufacturing businesses in Ireland because of work practices in certain Far Eastern countries that might not be acceptable. And India in turn has the capacity to produce stuff wonderfully, but access to market. And we think our mixture of experience in the EU, India, would be great for everybody. And India's primary thing is, and today's theme is, technology and commerce and science. And maths is at the heart of that. And India is just wonderful at maths. And we need to foster an appreciation of the fact that maths makes the world go round. Banking banking, insurance, and insurance is our largest area of interaction with India, are based on excellent mathematical minds. So between the whole lot, we can work really, really well. And, you know, climate change is the biggest challenge facing the entire world. And we need to start thinking of the world as our little global village, as Marshall McLuhan had suggested in the 70s, that what we do here impacts people at the other end of the planet. And that Indian technology, smart grids, microgrids, photovoltaics, the grid management systems, and just finding the commonality. Most of India's power at the moment is generated by coal, which is not good for the climate, but the leaders in taking initiatives in large-scale solar programs. And if you put up solar panels here, you generate X amount. The same solar panels put up in India might generate 5 times the amount. So we need to find mechanisms that might allow Irish companies or Irish groups invest in solar projects in India, which would ameliorate sort of carbon footprint, because carbon footprint is a universal item. So that being said, to progress that, we have wonderful technological places here. We need students, and we have about 20,000 Indian students here in Ireland, and they're a wonderful, wonderful addition to Ireland. So between the nurses and the students, India makes an unfathomable contribution to the quality of life. And just lastly, I'd like to thank Prashant for his incredible dedication to promoting the cause of India in Ireland. And those people who helped, Aparna, Forum, Amanda Wilkinson, that we are very fortunate to have John Chandy, who coordinates Irish students in Ireland. India is very well represented. Spawn, Bennett, and Garmila. Okay.
Thank you very much, Damien. It was a lovely observation, and very well you presented your views. And just I'm assisting here to Harsha, and he already run almost 30 minutes overrun this, and I'm just actually taking this liberty to reschedule few things. I want to put Mr. Rajesh Mehta in Science and Technologies session later in the afternoon. And then we are reshuffling bit with the presentation of cultural presentation from India first, then the cultural presentation from Ireland, and other thing, because our colleagues, volunteers, and people, they are really hungry at this time. So it is better to be have lunchtime cultural presentations, and then we will be continue to other sessions in time, because it will create a lot of problem to other people. They are connecting from different parts of the Ireland and from different parts of India. So my excuse and apologies to Mr. Rajesh Mehta. And in the meantime, I will find out the way how he could actually present. So, cultural presentation. Harsha, you are okay with this?
Absolutely, Prashant sir. Definitely, I think we're very agile this way. We keep accommodating changes. That's excellent, and I've noted down the sequence as well. So, just in terms of that, then, while people go and grab their lunch, their coffee, their masala tea, whatever they want, I think it's time we probably introduce Mr. Shekhar Singh and Monica Singh for the performance. Would that be all right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I think
their camera is ups and down, and they are performing from India, and so we appreciate actually the efforts they are making to do live performance is immense, and they are really welcome to take part in this. Thank you. I will not take much time here, so.
so much, sir.
Thank you.
So, maybe proceed, ma'am.
Hello, Shekhar ji and Monica ji. Very welcome to the program and happy Independence Day to you both.
Thank you, and same to you.
Ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining. And would that be possible? Just checking in with you. अगर आप कैमरा थोड़ा straight कर लें, if you can straighten up your camera, that would be great. Because right now we can see you, but like that, and if you can just straighten, put it on landscape, that would be very helpful. Perfect. Perfect.
Wait a seconds.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
दोनों को चिपक के बैठना पड़ेगा। तुम भी थोड़ा डिब्बा पकड़ो यार। आधे घंटे नहीं पकड़ सकते तो उसको सेट कर दो।
And can you please put yourself on mute till the time you guys adjust? We'll hold our patience here and wait for you to come back. Can you hear me? We can't hear you, Monica ji.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. All right. Yes, Hanji Arya. And can you please, like, if it's possible, obviously, like because we can see Shekhar, so we can't see you. Is that possible? If you can move the camera a little bit behind, if that's convenient. Yeah, I think the camera positioning is perfect. Perfect. Yeah, that's a lot better. All right. The stage is yours. And again, welcome to the program. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
हीजे सदा रंग आए तो बरखा सदा रंग आए तुम बरखा बीज सदा रंग आए तुम बरखा बीज आए तो बरखा बीज सदा रंग पवन चलत पुरवैया पवन चलत पुरवैया सनन सनन सुन सनन 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 घोर 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 Sare mama mare mare sani sare mama ni mare mare sani sare mama ni sani mare mare sani sa Lisa rema pani sa Lisa re Lisa pani mama rema rema Lisa rema rema pani sa ne mama re sa आए तो बरखा बीज सदा रंग आए तो बरखा बीज सदा रंग पवन चलत पुरवैया पुरवैया आए तो बरखा बीज सदा रंग आए तो बरखा बीज सदा रंग पवन चलत पुरवैया 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 पवन चलत पुरवैया आए तो बरखा बीज सदा रंग बीज सदा रंग आए तो बरखा बीज सदा रंग बरखा बीज सदा रंग पवन चलत पुरवैया पवन चलत पुरवैया सनन सनन सुन सनन सनन घोर घोर
Now I'm going to sing the Dangra before you all, which is traditional style of UP, especially of Banaras, known as Durbi. So here it is. Hope you all will like it. श्याम सलोने सावरिया, श्याम सलोने सावरिया, मग बिच करे बर जोड़ी राम, मग बिच करे बर जोड़ी राम, श्याम सलोने सावरिया, श्याम सलोने सावरिया रे, श्याम सलोने सावरिया। श्याम सलोने, श्याम सलोने, श्याम सलोने, श्याम सलोने, श्याम सलोने, सलोने सवरिया, श्याम सलोने, सलोने सवरिया, श्याम सलोने सावरिया, श्याम सलोने सावरिया। मग बीच तेरे बर जोड़ी, मग बीच तेरे बर जोड़ी, मग बीच तेरे बर जोड़ी, श्याम सलोने सावरिया रे, श्याम सलोने सावरिया। चक आए धाई बहिया धरी, चक आए, चक आए, चक आए धाई बहिया धरी, सिर की डगरिया खोरी राम, सिर की डगरिया खोरी राम, श्याम सलोने सावरिया, श्याम सलोने सावरिया रे, श्याम सलोने सावरिया। घर बस मांगत दान दही को, घर बस मांगत दान दही को, पकड़त पीठ पिछोरी राम, पकड़त पीठ पिछोरी राम, पकड़त पीठ पिछोरी राम, श्याम सलोने सावरिया, श्याम सलोने सावरिया रे,
ji. Monica ji.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry I have to stop you here, but what a lovely song and what a melodious voice. Really loved both of you. Just because we're running a bit late, so I'll have to stop you here. I'm so sorry about that. But thank you so much for
No problem. Thank you so much, ma'am.
thank you so much for coming on the program, and have a very very lovely day. Happy Independence Day to you both.
Same to you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Same to you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. So after this amazing performance, and I'm so sorry again, we are running a bit late on the program. The next performer we have is Divya Sunil Kumar. She is performing in Mohiniyattam. It's a traditional dance form of Kerala. She's a trained professional from the famous Kerala Kala Mandalam, which is the apex training center of traditional art and dance in Kerala. After her 10th class in the first division, she graduated from Kerala Kala Mandalam in 1998 and had the opportunity to continue her training under the famous gurus Padma Shri Kala Mandalam Keshwamathi Gatha Padma Kumar. She specializes in Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi as well. So please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Divya Sunil Kumar.
Jam jam tadhim ta jam jam tadhim
What a beautiful performance. I mean, it was like the grace in everything, the costumes, the expressions, feeling those emotions, anger in a mirror and smiling in another. It was absolutely mesmerizing. Thank you so much, Divya, for this excellent performance. And now I would request Mr. Prashant to kindly confirm on the next in line.
Yes, Harsha, actually, just we want to announce we are keeping our very best performance from Ireland to India for the last, because it is always better to keep best at the last. So Irish band, that is by Francie and his colleague, they will perform from Farley House, and that believe me, that would be very mesmerizing performance. So but because we are running out of time and so many other things, we have very important science and technology forum and discussion, and that we want to continue. And before we introduce our guest, I want to update our viewers that we have a history of science and technological cooperation between India and Ireland. And we had a number of scientific and technological forums before, and particularly the Department of Science and Technology, DST, is very, very interested and putting forward these collaboration. So they awarded 22 projects few years back for joint science and technological cooperation. And from Irish side, Irish Embassy commissioned a scoping study about what is possible to do between India and Ireland for science and technological cooperation. So Harsha, can you introduce, please, our speakers for this session, and then we can continue with this discussion.
Absolutely. I'll be very delighted to welcome on the program Dr. S.K. Varshney, who is the head of the International Scientific Cooperation in the Ministry and Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He joined the Department of Science and Technology in 1990 and is facilitating international scientific cooperation from the Department of Science and Technology with its bilateral, multilateral, and regional scientific partners. He is Indian co-chair, governing body, Indo-German Science and Technology Center and Indo-US Endowment Fund. He is member, Board of Research Studies in Department of Geology, Aligarh Muslim University as well. And he has worked as a counselor with Embassy of India in Moscow to facilitate bilateral scientific cooperation between India and Russia during April 2008 to June 2011. He has been contributing phenomenally to the promotion of international scientific cooperation as well as scientific industrial cooperation. You're very, very welcome, Dr. Varshney.
Thank you, Harsha ji, and thank you, Prashant ji, for inviting me here. And I have been asked to give a talk on our vision for international cooperation of India.
Yes.
I hope my slide is visible.
It is very good, coming very clear, and and you are very audible as well. So
So first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone on India's Independence Day, and this is very, very special day today for us, as we are entering into 75th year of our independence, and we are celebrating it at Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So my greetings to one and all, and this festival gives us a moment when we can take a fresh bow on how we can make India more stronger. And this is not only in terms of scientific achievements, but also their translation to the society. So eventually, we are looking for a healthy life for Indian citizens across, and we would like that technology plays a big role in improving the life standard of our citizen. And of course, it's not restricted to our citizen alone. We would like to improve quality of life across the world. Now, before I go into the cooperation philosophy, I would like to introduce you to how we are organized in terms of science in India. And for this purpose, I have taken some extracts from our existing science policy, which realizes that science and technology should be leading to promotion. That is very important because earlier goals were only restricted to achieve something demonstrated at the lab level, but then innovation part was not very highly encouraged. For last 10 years or so, we have been promoting that if you have an idea, we would like to see how you can take it through. And government is quite supporting of such initiative. Secondly, what we are looking for is that science has got two particular aspects. One is you enrich the knowledge, and second is you convert that knowledge into some application which help the society. Of course, the route could be as many as possible. So we need a balance between discovery science and solution science, or you can say basic science and applied science. So we would like to promote both, and we would like that we have a good interconnect between those things. And then third principle what we have adopted, that it is not science for scientists alone. Scientists should play, our science should play an important role involving our industries and our society. So that is quite integral part of the science development in this country, and we would like to take inputs from them about their requirements and how we could provide them technology solutions. And of course, we are open to collaborations. Now, of course, collaboration starts from home, and we study our subjects in formats like physics, chemistry, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, but problem comes in a much complex way. So collaboration starts right from there. So we are promoting interdisciplinary sciences so that different approaches could be taken up. And that interdisciplinary approach could be from the two departments in the same institutions or different institutions, and also overseas partnership. So that is what we are looking for in our policies. Now, the guiding principle is, number one, science must serve the humanity, and it should cause equitable and sustainable development. That is the key thing. So what we are looking for is that science should not be used for purposes which brings...
Sir, your slides are not moving.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me try to just... once again, let me try. Now, can you see it? Of course, it's not full screen.
Yes, sir. We are on the 4th slide, guiding principles in STI.
Yeah. So, so first thing is we are looking for the science should have a human face. We should develop the ecosystem which becomes a pathway to promote technology and also innovation. And we should harness opportunities or create opportunity to attract best brain. I think this is something I will discuss a little later in length. And then create ecosystem for interdisciplinary research, establish IPR regime, and then of course we have to bring in, we have to address the disparity between various kind of challenges. Like one is of course mentioned here, urban, rural, but then we have a gender bias. We would like to correct that. There are problems that several part of the society are not participating in the science program of the country. So that we are trying to address. Then we are also offering incentives, and these are in form of tax incentives or bonus incentive. Like if a industry puts some money, then government could put another money. So this is how we are trying that if we could translate some of the research with the help of private sector participation to promote and foster innovation and techno-entrepreneurships. And then, of course, we are looking for research in PPP mode, if we could take up, and then a partnership to promote international cooperation. Some problem. Now, just to give you some introduction, should I try once more if it comes? Can you see this slide now?
Yes, we can see slide 5.
Yeah. So now where do we stand in terms of various indicators? Now, there are different kind of studies, one by Scopus, one by Elsevier, one by NSF, and everyone says that we are holding different position in terms of total number of scientific publications. So as per NSF, we are number 3 after China and US. As per Scopus data, we are number 5. But what I'm trying to say is that we are publishing quite at a good number. And that number is increasing. If you see the lower graph, so the way it is growing in recent past, it has really helped us in recognition over the world. And then if you talk about our publication, so out of global publications in nanotechnology, materials, chemistry, and engineering, we are ranked 3rd and 4th as per different estimations. The most satisfying thing is that our growth rate of publication is highest in the world, which is 14%. And that gives us a lot of strength. We are number 3 in terms of startup. I'm talking about all kinds of startup, including technology-based startups. And if you see our global innovation index, we are rising very steadily. And now we are in the top 50, which is not very healthy, but realizing that we were in top 80 just few years ago gives us a lot of satisfaction that we have been moving, we have been progressing quite steadily. We are number 10 in terms of patents that are being filed from India, and quality of research is a concern. No, we are number 5 in terms of publication, number of publication, but when it comes to quality of research, we are way down. So that is where we are addressing our things. Now, let us look at the challenges which are before us, and it's not only before India, but for larger part of the world, these are the challenges. First challenge is food. Now, you know, India is a country with nearly 1.4 billion people. And in the process of urbanization, we are losing not only agricultural land, but also persons engaged in agriculture. So on the other hand, our population is continuously increasing. So it's a double challenge. One, you are losing the resources, land and manpower, and number of mouths to be fed is increasing. So the possible options are, we need to improve upon our agricultural yield, quality of food grains we are growing. We need to reduce our post-harvest losses, and we have to do proper packaging and those kind of things. So these are the challenges. Similarly, water. You know, some part of India, especially northern part, is riverine area, but southern part of India, south of Vindhyas, is hard rock water, hard rock land, and we are not having water as easily available. So we need to plan our water resources. Right now, we are losing a lot of water in irrigation. And what is happening, that even crop, we are not selecting carefully. For example, paddy, which requires a lot of water, is being grown in areas which are not water rich, like Punjab, which were earlier known as food granary for wheat. Now they have converted. So we need to do a lot of water budgeting. Also, we need to reduce wastage of water and make good programs for converting water into reusers purposes. Energy, I think all of us know India is an energy deficient country. Even Prime Minister today, in his address on the National Day, mentioned about energy, and he said that we are now looking for improving the conditions, and we would like India to become energy efficient in another 20 years. So we will discuss about this. Then affordable healthcare. So India has got best of healthcare. We are attracting patients from any part of the world for 5-star hospital treatment. But unfortunately, that treatment is not affordable to the local people. So we are looking for solutions. And of course, a lot of things are being developed, and we will discuss about that. Then environment is another challenge, and especially northern India has very, very rough weather in winters. So that's a challenge to us. And then, of course, you know, security is a growing concern. And what is happening in our immediate neighborhood is something of great concern. And it's not only physical security. Now we have to look for cyber security. We have to look for all kind of financial movements. So we are looking for improvement in those technologies. And then waste, of course, now in addition to solid waste and liquid waste, we have got a lot of old cyber waste, you can say, a lot of phones, and the way number is increasing. So we need to improve upon them. And then we have got several new technologies which are in play these days. So what we are looking for is that realizing that these are our challenges, and these are the newer technologies, which starts from nanotechnology, supercomputing, artificial intelligence, financial tech, cyber security, quantum technology, clean fuel, electric mobility, advanced manufacturing. So I've just listed some of them. So what India is doing right now, we are working on basic sciences. We would like that our scientists should address the challenges being faced by the society, provide them possible answers, and use all these new technologies. So when we are preparing our vision, what we are looking for is, number one, we are looking if we could improve quality. As I mentioned, that we may be publishing at number 5 or number 3, but as far as our quality is concerned, that is number 12. So that is what we would like to improve, especially in cases where we are doing basic science. And if we are doing applied science, then we would like to make it more relevant to our requirements. That is what we are looking for. Second thing is, we are now thoroughly committed to promote translation of technology and innovation and introduce them to the market. And for that purpose, what India is doing, that we are trying to mix and develop clusters where academia, research lab, industries, startup, small and medium enterprises, and other ministries could be together. So cluster-based approach is now being coming. Some sectors have already been developed, and we are now looking that if we could go further. Then we are looking for societal connect. How science can help people. That is very important. So like we have got several kind of people, especially those who are living in rural area or remote area, or who are elderly, or who are especially able. So how science can help them? That is a question which we are trying to address. Simultaneously, we are also looking how people could contribute to science. So we have launched programs like program Power of Ideas, where people can give their ideas, and then we could convert their idea into a working model, into a prototype, and then eventually into a product. So that kind of activity is also being concerned. And then we are looking for diversity and inclusion. So we would like to include lot young scientists, women scientists, people coming from rural background, and those kind of things. So we are looking. And then in the last, again, that is included in our vision, that we would like to align science and technology with the national priorities. So this includes water, energy, as I discussed a little ago. We are also concerned about science communication. You know, language of scientists is different from language of common person. And even the different language becomes so hard that whatever is published in the research journal to come into even textbooks, it takes 5 to 10 years. So what we would like, if we could ease out those things, we could convey to our taxpayers what kind of work we are doing and how it is going to impact us in time to come. We would also like to work on technology for rural empowerment. So this is another program which we have launched. And then when we are saying reversing drain to brain gain, we are not trying to destabilize our people. No, people of Indian origin are settled in several places, and they have proved themselves. What we would like to use their experience, their knowledge in upskilling the young Indian talent. And we will discuss about that a little later. Then bringing best of the global scientists, that is another program which we have launched, that we could attract best of scientists, even if they are of Indian origin or of their foreign origin. So if they could come and work in India. So we are offering some program. And then we would like to make India secure for the technology. That is the vision part, what we are doing. Now, what we have already started. So one thing which we have started in recent past is we have launched a big program on cyber physical system. So this will take care of our requirement in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data, big data, Internet of Things, Industry 4.0, 5G, and other sectors. And also their application into various sectors like agriculture, health, education, transportation, Medicare, all kind of things. So what we have done so far, we have created 20 hubs across the India, and each hub is working on one aspect of this stream. And they have to do right from basic research, convert that basic research into applied research to the product, and from product to market, and market to society. So only market to society has to be done by the private player who will take it on a bigger scale. But from TRL 1 to TRL 8 or 9, that would be the job of these hubs. Of course, they would be also having incubators with them. And the target which we have set up for us, this thing is, if we could develop nearly 400 startup in 4 years time, introduce new technology in high-end scale. The second program which we have launched in recent past is electric mobility mission. So again, our idea is that we shall be creating hubs. This program has got little suffering because of this COVID, but it is very much there, and we are looking for development of new batteries, motors, power electronics, and we would be interested to develop public-private partnership where both industry and government and academia could contribute together. And we shall be creating test beds, pilot plants, and also road tests. And idea is, if we could provide India such transport which runs on electric mobility and is free of pollution. So clean transport we would like to provide. The next thing which we are looking for is quantum mission. So this program is at a very high consideration of the government, and we are looking that if we could introduce new program in quantum communications, computing, technologies, human resource development, and startup. And of course, it would be a program which I have written that many government agencies would be participating. Then the next program is on another clean fuel program, that is methanol. So we know that we have to reduce our dependency on traditional fuels. So we are looking for such programs which could provide us clean fuel in time to come. And then of course, we are creating high resolution topo sheets once again in partnership with the state governments. And these missions are, all 5 missions are open for international collaborations. And we are asking the implementing institutions to get in touch with best of the global talents working in these fields to take it forward. Now, coming to the cooperation, international cooperation, what we are doing presently. So what we are looking for is, we are looking for international cooperation which adds value to our national program and missions. So we would not like to do something what is required otherwise, but if it is helping us gaining more strength to our national program, we are going for this. And of course, it has to be globally competitive. So we are, through collaboration, we are trying to cut cost, trying to cut time, and deliver it at earliest. And then we are trying to address global challenges. We are providing access to our scientists to participate in mega science projects and advanced facilities, promoting innovation and techno-entrepreneurships, enable technology development, connecting innovation model to market, and demonstration of scientific capability abroad, creation of world-class facilities, center of excellence, and then also we are allowing science and technology to be used as a soft powers as a part of our foreign policy. Now, how we are doing it? So there are several models. One model is, of course, which is rather direct, that we are having intergovernmental agreement with about 80 countries and active cooperation with about 44 countries. So these 44 countries, India and partner country invite joint proposal virtually every year in identified areas, and then we process those proposals for the implementations. With some other countries which are not that active, it could be at 2 years or 3 years level. Then we are partnering, participating in several regional and multilateral programs. So for example, you are a member of European Union. We have launched a very special program. We participated in last EU program and now we are looking forward for participation in Horizon program. So India is also having a separate program which is called India ASEAN program, and we are member of several groupings in our neighborhood called SAARC, BIMSTEC, Indian Ocean Dreams, BRICS, IPSA, Scientific Cooperation, etc. And then we are...
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Varshney. Actually, in the interest of time, we request you to please conclude within the next 2-3 minutes. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So this is our basically, the third is that we are forming, participating in several international centers like NAM, TWAS, ICTP, UNESCO. So we are participating, and we are also encouraging our scientists to participate in several research facilities of very, very big size. This is just an example. I think I would like to avoid these things in interest of time. But here I would like to focus that we are having partnership virtually in every part of the world. And also these are our different multilateral and major projects where we are participating. We are open to research collaborations. We have mapped strength of various countries, and these are our focus sector. But I think focus sector I have already discussed, so I'll not go in detail. But let me tell you the 3 models on which we are working. With most of the developed countries, especially in Europe and America, we are working on parity, where we are co-funding and co-investing both financially and intellectually, and whatever comes out, we are calling it co-creation. So authorship is joined, ownership is joined. So if it gets result into some patent or etc., so we are going for this. So this is a model where we would like to apply with most of the developed world countries. And then I would like to attract your focus on technology development. Now this is where we would like to foster our industrial and applied research to promote innovation and techno-entrepreneurship through PPP model. So we are inviting private companies to participate in our program and go take it further. Technology diplomacy, which we are doing, is to promote our scientific advancement to the benefit of countries who are not that rich scientifically. And this we are doing in our immediate neighborhood, in Africa, and in some other parts. Now, coming for international cooperation, we are using all possible tools. It depends how we are going with our partners. So it is contact building through various networking programs, providing research support, schools, facilities, and then promoting joint R&D clusters, virtual R&D network center, and then also promoting pre-commercial R&D. And these are Government of India initiatives where we are inviting, so this we are not expecting participation of foreign governments. It is all sponsored by Government of India. Vajra is a 5-year fellowship in which we are expecting a scientist of repute of any origin to come to India and do research work and contribute about 1 month to 3 months each year. They are considered as adjunct faculty, can take students. Gyan is a program where they can deliver number of lectures. Spark is a program where we are connecting top 100 Indian institutions to top 500 global institutions, and we are promoting a research-based support for that. Ramanujam Fellowship and Ramalinga Swamy Fellowship is for those people of Indian origin who are doing postdoc abroad and would like to return. So these fellowships are for them. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varshney. It is really very comprehensive presentation what India is doing, and because we are a bit actually concerned about the time, and we have wonderful two presenters, and very qualified in each areas, what work they do. So without, going in too much detail, Varsha, could you please read out introduction for Dr. Norton?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Varshni. So moving on, it's a pleasure to invite Professor Brian Norton, who is the Head of Energy Research at Tyndall National Institute, Professor of Solar Energy Applications at Technological University, Dublin, and a Research Professor at University College Cork. He is Secretary for Policy and International at the Royal Irish Academy and member of European Academy's Science Advisory Council. He is formerly President of Dublin Institute of Technology, now Technological University Dublin. Very, very welcome to you, Professor Brian Norton.
Good afternoon to colleagues in Ireland, and good evening to everyone in India. It's a particular pleasure to talk to you today on 75th India Day. By way of context, I've been involved in collaboration in the solar energy research area with colleagues in India now for over 30 years. I was actually trying to work out how long it was and found it was frighteningly 30 years. And that initially was with collaboration with Professor Jayant Tiwari at IIT Delhi, who now has a strong link with IIT BHU, and with Professor Yamuna Yadav, who's at NIT Jamshedpur. More recently, I've collaborated with Dr. Abhishek Saxena, who's at the Moradabad Institute of Technology in Uttar Pradesh, and with Dr. Manoj Kumar Gar at the Madhav Institute of Technology and Science, through, in fact, which is in Gwalior, through the GIAN program that Dr. Varshni mentioned, the Global India Academic Network. The reason, it's interesting maybe just to pause and say what's the underlying reason for the collaboration. And I pick up a word that Dr. Varshni used, and that is the co-creation. I work in areas like photovoltaics, for example, which can be applied anywhere in the world. But things like solar drying, solar cooking, solar water pumping, industrial applications of solar heat are going to be used in parts of the world like India. And it is important that they are set in an applications context, not in the assumptions and preconceptions that someone like me might make, and then foist technological solutions inappropriately onto end users. So very much working with colleagues in terms of both theoretical and experimental work in the Indian context, drying Indian crops, for example, looking at the particular climatic factors, the particular use factors that intervene, and it's been very rewarding because it has led to particularly the production of scientific person power that has informed the development of a very significant renewable energy industry in India today, so that you're seeing specialist niche uses of solar PV, for example, in powering telecommunications networks, solar water pumping, to very large-scale installations. And whilst they aren't directly the outcome of research, the people who are developing those companies, developing those plants, etc., are the people who've done those research projects, have come out of those research institutions. So I think one of the major products of the research collaboration is actually people, and I think that's a very interesting aspect of the work. And indeed, my more recent collaborations are actually ex-students of earlier collaborations, so it's a long-standing activity. In terms of actual experience of solar energy research, which is what I said I'd speak a bit about, I'd like to give a few examples, and this involves me getting a little bit technical, but I'm going to try and keep it as simple as said. Again, as Dr. Varshni said, one of the problems of scientists, technologists, is that we tend to speak a different language, and so I'm trying to avoid that and keep things very simple. I'll give two examples. Work that is, as I say, doing with colleagues in the Moradabad Institute of Technology on cooling of photovoltaics. Photovoltaics generate electricity directly from the sun. But it might surprise you to know they do that less efficiently the warmer they get. Their efficiency goes down by about 0.5% for every degree C temperature rise. So and in India, as you will know, it gets very hot. Photovoltaic panels get very hot, and they're less efficient as a result. Now, one solution to that is simply to provide more PV panel, but that has a cost. And another solution would be to cool the PV panel, but that has a cost. So one of the key issues here is which is the best way of doing it, and how can that be optimized? And so the study is looking at different methods of PV cooling and has found and developed techniques. I don't want to go into the detail here, but techniques that are both cost effective and not only produce much higher efficiency PVs, thus cheaper solar electricity, but also produce stored solar heat for other applications. And solar heat, for example, can be used, perhaps surprisingly, for solar cooling applications, as well as production of hot water for industrial applications. And that work has been very, very successful. Also, working with the same group, we've been looking at aspects of solar cooking. And as some of you know, solar cooking has been seen as an important technology in rural areas to obviate the need for use of firewood, cattle dung as cooking materials, which have disadvantages in terms of deforestation and health problems, respectively. And that's been a kind of assumption, okay, that has not really been tested. But what the recent work we've done is actually test some of the underlying assumptions around solar cooking, that actually, in many instances, traditional use of wood does not cause deforestation. It certainly removes brushwood and loose wood, but doesn't necessarily cause directly deforestation. And often solar cookers themselves are not actually designed for the practical uses of cooking. In other words, they don't attain the temperatures required for the durations required at the times required, and are ill adapted, particularly to non-rural applications, to apartment buildings, etc. Taking those perspectives, and previously solar cookers tended to make direct use of solar heat. They're essentially collecting solar heat, either in an insulated box or by concentrating solar radiation onto a spot. And with the decrease in the price of photovoltaics, it's now possible to have essentially electric solar cookers with dedicated photovoltaic panels. That revolutionizes solar cooking because now the source of the solar energy can be outside and the solar cooker be indoors. And so cooking indoors is more natural to start with than cooking outdoors, but also because then introduce batteries, controllers, etc. One can store the energy and cook at a convenient time. And part of this work is then to see how whether one stores electricity, whether one stores heat, whether there are combinations of thermal systems, of actually using the solar heat and electricity, and coming up with optimal designs. They're actually designed for the end use in mind, and not with a kind of technological predeterminism that because you have a technological solution, it's going to be readily adopted. In many instances, that's rarely the case. Innovation turns into product if it has a very strong understanding of application. And certainly with decentralized uses of solar energy, that is very, very true indeed. So the experience has produced useful results, which, as I say, have produced a large number of graduates who've gone on to populate the renewable energy industry in India and into some very senior positions, in fact, which is, I think, a very strong output, and has produced innovations that are increasingly widely used. The longer standing ones have had more time to be used than the more recent innovations. Both in India and internationally. And as I say, certainly my experience has been working with Indian colleagues to co-create solutions has been, for me, intellectually enlightening and actually a very wonderful creative experience. I would be confident that India has all the building blocks in place to be a world leader in the solar energy and more generally the renewable energy area. And the pace of that development will obviously depend on social and economic factors. but the building blocks for that development are very, very clearly in place, and I look forward to seeing how those things develop in the future. I will stop there in the interest of time. Again, can I wish happy birthday to India, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Norton. It was really a very practical presentation, and I hope that both Ireland and India both have, common interest to engage and involved in this. And here I could suggest maybe we could form some sort of a interest group or a core group to move these discussions forward, and to when next year we meet at India Day, we could have some practical projects and joint research program or some collaboration.
Yeah. I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Sean McSweeney from Cork Institute of Technology previously, and now Munster Technological University. It will take time to me to realize with new name. Professor, you are very welcome for your presentation. And Harsha, can you read out Professor McSweeney's introduction, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Prashant sir. Dr. Sean McSweeney is the head of department in computer science at Munster Technological University, Cork. Sean was part of the team who developed the MSc in cybersecurity, MSc in AI, and MSc in cyber security as well. Security management, sorry, and the BSc in computer sciences. Sean is currently involved in both national and international research projects. Sean is a co-applicant and team member of Cyber Skills. It's an 8.2 million euros HCI Pillar 3 project, and BODA, which is a 1.57 million euros project, which is the Interact project. Sean's research interests include the application of offensive techniques to critical infrastructure and enterprise systems, digital forensics for enterprise systems, and acoustic sensing and autonomous systems localization and navigation. We wholeheartedly welcome you, Dr. McSweeney.
Hello, and it's wonderful to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, I'm here to give a brief talk, and I'll try and keep it brief because I'm conscious of time, specifically in the areas of data science, AI, and cybersecurity. I'm just looking at the areas of opportunity for Ireland and India, and in particular in the integrated context of Ireland and India, and what collaborative programs and what collaborative directions we might possibly have. Now, to provide a little bit of context for my Indian listeners here in this particular call, MTU is the amalgamation of what was previously Cork Institute of Technology and IT Tralee. And it's one of 8 universities, or one of an additional 8 universities in Ireland, and there are 14 institutes of technology currently in Ireland. The computer science department within MTU comprises about 1,000 students. There's about 50 lecturing staff. We take in about 160 top postgraduate students per annum. We've give or take around 30 to 40 research students, and those are primarily PhD students across various different areas within computer science. And we've 3 postdoctoral researchers as part of the department. So the context that I will have in terms of the opportunities that I will see will be framed by the nature of my position with MTU, but they're broadly similar within the other NUIs and the other technological university that is currently in Ireland. In the department itself, we run 14 programs across undergraduate and postgraduate degrees, but specifically we specialize in the area of artificial intelligence and the area of cyber security. And indeed, we deliver 50% of an MSc in data science and analytics in our sister department, the Department of Mathematics. So we've insights into the current academic practices in these areas, research activity in these areas, and indeed where our graduates go and the appetite, certainly within the Irish local sector and global trends that are occurring. Now, I've visited India twice in the past 4 years. In 2016, we updated, let's say, our previous MSc in cybersecurity and networking to the MSc in cybersecurity. And in 2017, we actually launched the MSc in AI in New Delhi in India. So that's where the program actually got its official launch initially. So there's a vast capability in India in each of these areas. So I'm certainly speaking from experience, and we've been very, very fortunate in that on both of those programs, we recruit on average about 30 students in the MSc in AI, 30 students in the MSc in cybersecurity. 15% of our research student population are now Indian in origin, and they are among the best students that I've ever taught. Okay, so certainly I can say for that in terms of technical capability. And going back to the previous speaker, my colleague, Mr. Varshini, who spoke previously, the level of scientific capability of Indian students is on par with anything we've seen. Now, what are the opportunities? Okay, so and when looking at this is really important from a government perspective or from policymakers to segment out specifically the areas of AI or artificial intelligence and machine learning and data science. They are closely related areas, but often they get confused in policy documents and policy making. The area of data science, which our sister department, Mathematics, delivers an MSc in that area, is specifically enhancing the human decision-making capability. Okay, so there's a human in the loop in the decision-making process. So therefore, it relies heavily on subject matter expertise in that area. Okay, so, and therefore, the recruitment into that stream is looking at experts in, typically in Ireland, we're looking at experts in the pharmaceutical sector and in other related sectors that might be of benefit. Now for AI, you were specifically looking at streams of developers. Okay, so it's removing the human from the decision-making loop ideally, and simulating human intelligence and making simpler decisions than the complex ones that humans make, but some of the more common decisions that had to be made quite often. Now that's an important distinction, okay, because initial projections are that of this kind of combined area, that decision support and augmentation, and this is from Gartner, will be about 44% of that combined market in 2030. Okay, so 44% of that market is going to be some degree of data science, probably a little bit of AI. Okay, now those AI folks must be developers originally. And this is where Ireland, to a lesser extent, and certainly India shines in that there are vast quantities of very capable software developers. Okay, and this is a very useful target, let's say, in terms of growth potential. Now, the remainder of that market, the other 56% are all core software capabilities. So we're looking at decision automation, smart product integration, and what are known as decision agents. Okay, so these are individual pieces of software that make the decisions in some degree of an autonomous fashion. Okay, so the skill sets necessary for all of those are software developers. They would need to be, or very, very closely related fields. And this is, in terms of Ireland, we have some capabilities in terms of macro trends that are on the horizon. So the 2021 macro trends, let's say in data science and artificial intelligence, are greater cloud integration and AI collaboration. So this is automating the decision-making process, let's say, for instance, to break it backwards and to look at your Gmail. So Gmail is effectively a cloud service. Okay, so a lot of the decisions that happen in the background, there's simply not enough people on the planet to make that decision. Okay, so a software developer must write a piece of code to automate that decision-making process. So a lot of these systems have already supporting capability in there. Okay, and Ireland as a nation and as the only English-speaking nation remaining within the EU sits on top of very large amounts of data and very large cloud environments, specifically looking at European customers. and has a strong requirement for cloud-based AI decision making, of which a lot of Indian graduates and a lot of Indian universities and Indian companies have very strong capabilities in that area. AI for solution support is another major emerging trend, and we see a lot in particular when looking at cybersecurity. So cybersecurity enhanced or AI enhancing cybersecurity and cybersecurity enhanced artificial intelligence are both significant areas in terms of the American multinationals that exist within Ireland. There's strong demand for graduates in those areas, and I imagine Indian colleagues are seeing similar. There is a lot of very innovative academic work in this area by Indian academics, and there's as Brian previously, the previous speaker, had mentioned, there is the potential for India to become a world leader in the integration of cybersecurity and AI. Now, when we look more at some of the local context for Ireland, there's a shared area in terms of the application of artificial intelligence to agri-systems. And the previous Indian speaker had mentioned some of the initiatives that are currently ongoing in India. I would be very interested to see in where MTU could fit into these, and certainly where the Irish education sector could fit into these. But MTU itself is host to an AI innovation center in the agricultural sector. Okay, agriculture in Ireland is still a strong sector in the country, and there is certainly the potential in terms of commercialization capability and in terms of pilot studies, maybe for co-developed technologies in this area. In terms of cybersecurity, Ireland is in a very strong position. I wouldn't necessarily say pole position within the EU, but we're in an extremely strong position in terms of multinationals. Okay, so as everybody's likely aware, there's a very large number of multinationals in Ireland. They account for a very significant proportion of our economic capability. And the growth in this sector is currently looking at 248 billion worldwide by 2023, of which Ireland captures a large proportion of this. Now, one of the niche areas that Ireland occupies in terms of cybersecurity is forensics and malware investigation. Okay, so we have specialization in that particular area, and the defense of cloud infrastructures, as I mentioned earlier on. Okay, so looking at that very large data lake that we sit on top of, and the orchestration of defensive systems for cloud infrastructures. Again, there are significant capabilities in terms of Indian graduate students and in terms of Indian universities and Indian companies, that there are collaborative opportunities there. Ransomware proliferation, as Ireland became very much aware in the past year, is something that is of direct interest in the very near future. And indeed, one of my areas of research, which is looking at critical infrastructure. This is your power plants, your kind of boring infrastructure that you forget about, your telecommunications networks, your train networks, your road networks. All of these infrastructures are currently have been plugged in or are being plugged into broader networks. Okay, to allow for remote control of these systems. Now, this opens up what's called the attack surface, so it makes them more vulnerable to what we call threat actors or malicious actors who want to attack these particular systems. And we're seeing a significant upsurge in requirements from A, the multinational corporations in Ireland, B, the educational sector, and C, the startup sector for these types of skills and these types of skill sets. And there's a strong appetite for collaboration, potentially with Indian partners on both national funding initiatives and in European funding programs as part of some of that research. In terms of clustering activities, which was mentioned earlier on, MTU is the origin point of Cyber Ireland. So Cyber Ireland is Ireland's national cybersecurity cluster. Okay, so this cluster is to integrate the capabilities and orchestrate the capabilities of industry, academia, and government to improve the resilience and improve the general capabilities nationally in terms of cyber security. Okay, there's a strong analog here in India. Actually, there's the Hyderabad Security Cluster, and I've noted the Hyderabad Security Cluster actually has a direct link with the Hague Security Delta, or the Dutch security group that Cyber Ireland has already interacted with. So there's a direct bridge potentially there between those two organizations in terms of orchestration and in terms of data exchange, potentially on how the clustering activity is going and how we can improve the capabilities in both of our respective countries. Now, in terms of skills training and specifically in cybersecurity, as mentioned earlier on in my introduction, I am a co-author of what's called Cyber Skills, and this is a national, what we call HEA, which is the Higher Education Authority, National Skills Training in Cybersecurity. Now, the focus of this, let's say, project or this entity is to, again, broadly improve the skill sets of the nation, as well as improve specialist skill sets, augment capabilities that exist at this point in time. Now, India has a national cybersecurity training program. It actually has a number in different cities and locations across India, and there's clear links potentially that could be made there. Some of these programs are more mature, certainly, than cyber skills. So there's links that could be made there in terms of capability and in terms of orchestration, in terms of what are the take-homes, what were the successes, what were the failings in some of those activities. Now, in terms of research activities, there are a number of, and for those speakers that may not be familiar, there's a number of organizations within Ireland that are very useful in terms of creating those links and creating those bridges between our two nations. One of those is SFI, the Science Foundation Ireland. Okay, that's one of the major scientific support mechanisms that exist within the nation of Ireland. As well as that, you've what's called the Irish Research Council that directly funds PhDs of various different descriptions. Typically, that's what the Irish Research Council funds. The idea is for, if you're not familiar with it, is FDI, or foreign direct investment, and operating with foreign entities. And EI, in fact, primarily supports Enterprise Ireland, primarily supports Irish Indigenous companies, but certainly in terms of interactions and relations with maybe larger Indian companies and looking at that co-development of technology, EI has support mechanisms for international collaborations that exist for that. And that's certainly something for any of the Indian partners that might be exploring that industry linkage. There are support mechanisms there. Critically as well, Science Foundation Ireland has a number of research clusters, and this goes back to Professor Varshy's talk earlier on. SFI has specialized research centers that target specific areas of interest, of national interest in terms of research. So in terms of creating research links and research collaborations that may not already exist, these are certainly an excellent first port of call. And all of the universities and many of the IoTs would have researchers that would be linked to these research centers, and they would make the connection somewhat easier. And that's it from me. I've kept it relatively short. This was wonderful to be asked to talk here, and I think there's really significant capabilities in these three areas: data science, AI, and cyber security. But I think really the potential, let's say, for Ireland as a smaller nation, must target niche applications. Okay, so there is not the capability for broader scope or broader capability. India could certainly establish itself as a world leader in AI and in cybersecurity, and it's very important that both of these industries, and we certainly see it in MTU, are interconnected. AI cannot succeed without sufficient defensive mechanisms for these systems as they become more complex, and cybersecurity cannot succeed without the decision-making capability of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sean McSweeney. It is really very practical suggestions and everything. So here we have one speaker who couldn't actually present before, and there was some technical difficulties or something, so he sent his recorded presentation. And after this presentation, we are going to have a brief discussion and question and answer. And I hope this is okay with everyone. Harsha, can you please read out Mr. Rajesh Mehta's introduction, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Shukla. Rajesh Mehta is CEO of Mehta Software Services Private Limited and founder of Entry India. He has more than 20 years of experience in areas like market entry, international consulting, and public policy and communications. He has set up more than 24 foreign companies in India. He has been an advisor to various international organizations, including APCO Worldwide and Red Fort Strategies. He is on the board of leading nonprofit called End Poverty. He is on the advisory board of Infinite Sum Modeling based out of Washington, Seattle, and Red Fort Strategies based out of Washington, DC. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rajesh Mehta.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Sean Fergal, Minister Sean Fleming, Chairman Economic Advisory Council of Prime Minister of India, Mr. Vivek Debaran, Excellencies, Lord Mayor of Dublin, Mayors, Member of Parliament, and friends of India and Ireland. Namaste and Happy Independence Day. The Independence Day is a very unique and special as it is the starting of the Amrit Varsh, or the 75th year of Indian independence. I'm grateful to Ireland India's Council team and Mr. Prashant Shukla, Chairman, for inviting me to speak at the 7th India Day event. Under the leadership of Mr. Shukla, Irish India Council is doing great work in fostering ties between two great nations, Ireland and India. It is great to see stalwarts from both India and Ireland speaking at the event. The bond between India and Ireland is as solid as a rock. I'm very grateful to the Irish people for helping us in our freedom struggle. Both India and Ireland were once British possessions, serving as a connecting link between two countries. Both countries were fighting the same foe, and there were numerous parallels between their separate independence struggles. Many of the provisions of India's constitutions were adapted from the Irish counterpart, the Irish Constitution. There are also regular government visits. Indo-Irish relations were also strengthened by people like Jawaharlal Nehru, Eamon de Valera, Rabindranath Tagore, W.B. Yeats, James Joyce, Sister Nivedita, and Annie Besant. When on 26 January 1950, India became republic, the guest of honor in the reception at Birmingham was no Indian, but an Irish, Eamon de Valera. He was asked to be the guest of honor, and it was such an excellent choice, as Ireland played an important role in India's freedom struggle. Both suffered the same tyranny from the British. They were black and tans in Ireland, and in India, they were the massacre at the Jallianwala Bagh. Irish had Eamon de Valera, Casement, and McSweeney, and India had Gandhi, Tagore, Nehru, Bose, and Vittalbhai Patel. Ireland had Republicans, and India had INA. Two of my favorite poets, William Butler Yeats and Rabindranath Tagore, both influenced each other so much. Their similarities and thoughts influenced India and Ireland and became a beacon of light for the entire world. Coming to the contemporary era, this is the best time to strengthen the relationship between Ireland and India. India can be a great choice. By the year 2030, India may lead the world in almost every category possible. The most populous nation, the most college graduate, the largest middle class, the most cell phones and internet users, along with the third largest military and the third largest economy, all coexisting in the world's largest democracy with 600 million people under the age of 25. Some $2 trillion will be spent on infrastructure in just the next decade. Some 100 new airports are under planning or construction today alone. Ireland can play a good partner for India as well, offering a single window to the entire EU market. Ireland's economy is the fastest growing in the EU for the 5th year in a row. It is also the only EU country with English as an official language. In contrast to other EU countries, India will not face any difficulty in getting accustomed to local parlance or understanding legal contracts. Besides, Ireland currently offers a corporate tax rate of just 12.5%, among the lowest practiced by the EU nation. It also provides up to 25% tax credit as R&D grants, while the low corporate taxes attract businesses. Tax credits for R&D help maintain the innovation chain within the state. Like India, which has the largest millennial population, Ireland has the youngest population in Europe currently. The country is also home to one of the most educated workforce globally. The share of 30 to 34 years old in Ireland with a third level qualification is 56.3% compared to EU average of 40.7% according to the IDA. The country's education system ranks in the top 10 globally thanks to the National Skills Strategy and Action Plan for the Education, aiming to make the Irish education and training the best in Europe for 2026, by 2026. In 2018, 223 startups from Ireland had closed the total funding for nearly 930 million euros, according to the Tech Ireland funding review. The country is divided in various clusters, each with unique, varied strengths in various sectors. Dublin is home to over 2,500 startups and has been a hub for social, media, IT, and fintech companies, for example. Similarly, Limerick, Cork, and Galway have become hubs for enterprise and travel tech, agro-tech, and health tech. The COVID-19 pandemic has created a new set of challenges for the global markets. We need to respond to the global crisis by working with Irish exporters to help them avail of business response supports announced by the government. These supports must be designed to help businesses stabilize and adapt to the evolving situation in preparation for getting back on the road of recovery. It is important to recognize the uniqueness of the Indian market that is prepared to offer tailored products or solutions to the market. In the times of COVID, the Indian-Irish relationship can work wonders. This is the perfect time for both countries to strengthen their business ties. The major areas of trade are items needed by India, like machinery and mechanical appliances, telecommunication equipment, computer accessories, precision equipment, pharmaceuticals. Items demanded by Ireland are like organic chemicals, textiles, garments and clothing accessories, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, machinery, light engineering goods, plastic and rubber. Trade and services between India and Ireland have emerged as a major facet in economic relations in the past as well. The total trade in services for 2018 was US $4.03 billion, of which exports by India were US $3.12 billion and imports were US $0.896 billion. Because of the Brexit, Irish businesses are exploring export options in sectors across Eurozone markets, US, Canada, and APAC region. Ireland-India Council can play a key role in supporting ambitious companies seeking opportunities in India's aviation sector, agri-tech sector, ICT tech sector. Additionally, life sciences and education continue to perform and add an appeal to Irish exporters and service providers who want to scale and develop a presence in the Indian market. With the UK set for a hard Brexit, Ireland has fast become one of the top 10 startup ecosystems in the world in many areas. According to Startup Genome Report 2019, Ireland Mid-East region comprising of counties like Kildare, Louth, Meath and Wicklow has been listed among the world's top 10 startup ecosystems. for supporting agri-tech and food tech innovation. Besides its R&D tax credits, attractive corporate tax rates, and low talent costs among the region, along with Chicago, also leads the world in female entrepreneurship with over 25% of female founders. There are many reasons for Ireland to choose India over the other countries. To list a few of them, India ranks among the top 10 foreign direct investments destinations globally, surpassing $50 billion in the financial year 2015-2016. India has shown a growth of 46% in FDI equity inflow and 37% in overall FDI inflow since the launch of Make in India initiative. India's rank at the ease of doing business index has improved drastically within the last 3 years. The recent economic reforms in India must attract Irish companies in many ways. India encourages Irish companies to participate in its major flagship programs such as Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, Digital India, Clean India, Smart Cities, etc. Ireland has strengths in sectors like agriculture, feeding technology for milk animals, aviation, airport management, aircraft leasing, and tourism, which can help India achieve its economic and business goals. With reforms like the new education policy, a new science, technology, and innovation policy, their way in the Indian roots, there's a huge scope for Irish universities to establish their institutions in India. Online education is the new reality of the modern world. Cooperation can be seen here with the advent of technology and quality education as demanded by India. Ireland is becoming a significant destination for Indian students seeking higher education, particularly postgraduate, doctoral, and postdoctoral students in the areas of engineering, management, and technology. There are around 5,000 Indian students in Irish higher education institutions. It's a good time that major universities like Trinity College Dublin, University College Dublin, and University College Cork should work most seriously with Indian government universities and students. Now I come to unicorns. Now India is a home to around 48 unicorns. That is, India has at least 48 startups whose valuation is over $1 billion. It is believed that at least 17 unicorns are added in India in 2021, and India would have 100 unicorns by 2023. India is the third biggest in terms of unicorn, behind just the US and China. Indian diaspora or people from Indian origin have around 40 companies which are unicorns. 52 startups in India are potential unicorns. This is the power of India and its diaspora. Irish companies need to have a base in India if they want to strive for becoming potential unicorn. Indian diaspora, particularly in the Silicon Valley, are major investors which these Irish companies can attract once they have successful pilots in India. Around 71% of unicorns in India are B2B, while 57% are from new sectors like gaming, automotive, and logistics. India has shown tremendous development in enhancing its soft power throughout the world. Ireland can join hands with India in building a multipolar world with free trade and better economic cooperation. The countries can be expected to work in the field of research and development and science and technology and develop industry-oriented research. The new STIP policy offers a lot of ways for collaboration between the two great countries. While Indo-Irish cooperation is being successfully advanced across a wide number of sectors, each sector could exercise an even more leading role in advancing cooperation in this area. For a long-term strategy, India might be the perfect partner for Ireland. The sectors for cooperation as listed above can be education, energy, research, development, technology, aviation, and business. India is grateful to Irish government for their help in the harsh time of COVID and promises even better trade and cultural relations shortly. Ireland can act as a gateway to Europe for India, and India can act as a Silicon Valley to Ireland. Thus, this is the best time for India and Irish businesses to work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajesh Mehta, for this lovely message. And I'll hand over to Mr. Shukla now for our next line of performance.
Yes, and this is actually, I think very comprehensive and areas of interest from every side, from literature, business, research, so everything discussed in this. And in the last leg, I don't know how much energy our speakers have or participants have to discuss more, but I would invite Dr. S.K. Varsane and other panelists which are joining here, if they can, find some, common ground where some work can be done in this area. I'm not sure if, yes, Professor Brian Norton is also here. So, I give this actually chair now to Professor Norton. He's expert in chairing meetings. So he could actually lead this discussion and give some shape or to have some future cooperation and this structure between India and Ireland.
Thank you. I think you're right. It has been a very interesting day, but it also has been a long day, and I think we may find that people are quite tired for participating in discussion now. But I think one thing that has come out of the presentations is the opportunities that are there for collaboration, the openness to collaboration, and the funding that's available for links. And I think to pick up a theme I mentioned in my talk, I think that coming at it with opportunities for co-creation, to look at to new things that come out of the synthesis, the synergy between different researchers, I think is a key way forward, and seeing it as a two-way exchange, and the opportunities, for example, for Irish researchers, for Irish startups to interact in India, as well as Indian researchers, etc., to come to Ireland, and seeing it as a bilateral thing, I think is an important step going forward. I think previously, perhaps it was often seen as perhaps students coming to study in Ireland and seen as in a certain direction, and I think that relationship has developed, has matured, and I think is now a much more bilateral relationship. I'd maybe open it out to comments, observations in terms of the opportunities, but I think the key thing is for people to in my experience anyway, to meet online these days, but certainly when it becomes possible to meet physically, and be open to discussing ideas, and because it's ideas that really drive things forward, and then take them forward then to possible sources of funding, etc. But I think developing the ideas is the key thing. But I'll open it out for comments, observations in terms of the opportunities that are there.
Would I start?
Yeah, please do, sir.
Thank you. I think it was a very, very interesting session, and my takeaway was, at least from Norton and McSweeney, was that there are areas like renewable energy, areas like cyber physical system, where we have some very, very clear interest. Of course, there could be many more areas if we talk to more people. We need to see where both India and Ireland are investing in terms of scientific research, and those are the areas probably which are on priority list of two governments, and we could inculcate our cooperation from those areas. So that could be a very, very starting point. And of course, we could allow it to grow and expand in terms of more areas, more scientific areas in time to come. how we can collaborate, that is another question. Because we have, I think, an arrangement with SFI. I need to check if it requires renewal, but that allows us to work together. And I would look forward if we could restart that dialogue with SFI and take it forward in terms of development. Now, two things were mentioned here. One, of course, was the research projects, and other was exchange of researchers, and third was, I think, startups. So startups, I have some limitations because we could take only technology-based startup from DST. So that is my limitation. But research projects and exchange of researcher, I think these are the easier thing to be done. And we are open for discussion on those topics with IRIS agencies. So SFI is, of course, something with whom we have a working arrangement. But if there are some more IRIS scientific agencies who are interested, we could do. The financing part is that Indian side takes care of all Indian expenses, and we expect IRIS side to take care of all IRIS expenses. I think this is the mostly the provision we have made in our bilateral program, and we would like to propose. How we can select activities, that is something to be discussed. We propose if we could have joint selection of activities to be implemented. So we could go for independent review or independent assessment, but then I would like the two sides sit together, and anything which has been assessed high on both the list is taken up for implementation. Thank you.
I think they're very wise comments. It's a very practical way forward. Just to add to the agenda, there is an Irish Research Council as well, which might be and I think there have also been joint programs with India through those. And as was said in my introduction, I'm currently Secretary for Policy International of the Royal Irish Academy, and it has joint schemes with the national academies. So that might be worth a dialogue. That might be worth initiating as well, because I think a diversity of funding sources, from seed grants to sort of initiate discussions through to fully blown research programs is often necessary, and I think but I think all those links are there. In terms of the research priorities in Ireland, the energy and climate area, which I'm in, is very strong. Information technology, both in terms of software, hardware, materials, etc. Very, very strong area. Things we've not discussed today, lots of things around the health sciences, which are increasingly growing, and pharmaceuticals and related things, and quite a lot of activity around food. And food and health and such like. So there are some well-defined activities that I think there would be well-resourced internationally competitive research strengths in Ireland that would be worth developing further, and I think that would be there. And I think also one of the interesting things I think is perhaps, and we've touched on technology today, but increasingly looking at multidisciplinary work that brings in the social sciences, etc., and getting a true understanding of technology from an applications context and a non-technical barriers context, which is important in every discipline these days. And I think that bringing that in, I think, might be an interesting dimension as well. But I'll open it out to other comments.
I think perhaps one of my main takeaways from this, and this is certainly as a department that has been a net recipient of Indian students, is that this relationship is certainly evolving and has started to evolve significantly, as Professor Norton previously mentioned. So it's going to change in the next couple of years more towards a more deeper collaborative nature between Indian academic institutions and Irish academic institutions, and specifically researchers in both directions. It's really a question of how we facilitate the exchange of researchers And I think once researchers become more familiar, as in Indian researchers become more familiar with the Irish context and the Irish environment, and Irish researchers become more familiar with the Indian context and the Indian environment, the opportunities will emerge directly out of that through familiarity, through that exchange and understanding. I think there's extremely strong potential here. As I mentioned earlier on, we have strengths, as Professor Norton mentioned, in a number of areas. But we're a small nation. We have an upper ceiling in terms of our limitations, in terms of our capabilities in these areas. And there's some of these technologies that we're looking at, specifically AI is one, but it's extremely pervasive. It's across all of scientific endeavors at this point in time. India has the people, resources, and capability to span all of those scientific areas. And Ireland could be a contributor towards more targeted areas, specifically looking at food and pharmaceutical sectors, and specifically looking at cloud services, as I mentioned earlier on. So that's one of my key takeaways from this.
Yeah. Observations, yeah.
If I might, a number of years ago, we had a great initiative here, Farmley Fellowship, whereby a number of students from Ireland got to spend time in Asia and understand how Asia thinks, most of them based in Singapore. And that faded away. And I think you can buy stuff with pigeon understanding of a nation, but in order to do real business, you have to spend time there in their academic institutions, in their local businesses. Now, one of my daughters was lucky enough to participate in that, and it transformed so many aspects of her thinking and her capacity to interact with that side of the world, which will undoubtedly be the greatest influence on our lives. And we're taking in loads of Indian students here. But has anybody got a figure for the paltry number that tends to go to India, or other Asian countries for that matter? Because without a real understanding of both the thought process, the business ways, and that, I don't see us having the reward that we might be getting from the other sort of areas of activity and hosting students here. So, Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I would actually totally agree. I think one of the interesting things, if I take the example of China, is that you're now seeing a flow of students from other countries to China. And I think that is, and indeed, I speak personally here, my youngest son actually studied in China. So you see that kind of flow of people now, which you wouldn't have maybe seen 10, 20 years ago, and perhaps encouraging, a similar flow of international students to India would gain people with a deeper understanding of the issue and be agents of change in that kind of mutual flow, mutual understanding of business. As you say, Farmley Fellowships are a good example of that in relation to Singapore, because I do think there are still preconceptions, misconceptions, I'm not sure what are the best words to describe it, that are subliminal barriers to collaboration with India, with young researchers, and active measures to gain people with real understanding of how things are organized, how things are arranged, of the culture, is a key thing to a deeper relationship. Having said that, I should say that in fact a large number of in fact, most of the students from India who studied with me over the years, who've done their PhDs, have probably performed that role in a different way, in that they've gone back to India and bring with them a much deeper insight into the realities of the Irish environment, for example, than perhaps would be the equivalent preconceptions in the other direction, if you know what I mean. So I do think some kind of fellowship scheme, and certainly a small grant scheme that enables more extended but shorter visits to developed links are important building blocks. It doesn't. You can't start off with the €1 million project immediately. There's got to be the time for people to develop ideas, to develop the kind of mutual trust for collaboration, etc., to understand those ways of working. So I think that's a very, very strong theme, and if there's opportunity to develop something like that, it would, I think, be a very, very good initiative.
Because Germany started to take 70 or 80 students worldwide in the 70s, and the amount of those who became leaders in their fields is huge. And as you say, it oughtn't just be necessarily the academics. It ought to be a significant volume of middle-aged business people who have a range of experiences and, as you say, misconceptions, and to actively pursue some sort of an infrastructure that would allow that would pay great dividends.
Yeah. I'm often struck that short-term visits inevitably lead to a kind of superficial understanding. And I think that's almost more dangerous than no understanding at all. You know what I mean? So I do think a deeper understanding and building strong working relationships and understanding capabilities. There are big cultural differences. There are even, in my experience, quite wide cultural differences across India, and the way people express themselves. If I could use just take it out of this particular context, but use a European example. For example, Dutch people are very blunt and direct. It's not until you realise that is actually the culture that you're not offended by it. You know what I mean? And there are those equivalent internationally with cultures that are perhaps more withdrawn, more respectful, or less forthright, leads to assumptions with other cultures that are more forthright. So I think there's the dynamic of longer visits, I think, is crucial. I think also, in my experience, there is in India now very strong theoretical and experimental capabilities in a number of key technologies, and again, exposure to that, I think, would be an important benefit of that. Okay, we have a hand raised. Please, fire away.
Hi, I'm John Chandy. I'm a student recruiter from India to Ireland. I have base in Dublin also. And what I have observed is that students from India wants to come here for settling down and find, improving their profession in many ways. India has got a population of 1.4 billion. Ireland has got a population of 50 lakhs or 5 million. So practically it is not possible to relocate all the Indian students to Ireland. So the requirement of the day is to collaborate with the universities and institutes over there and improve their technical skills in such a way that the students get an opportunity there itself. And the most talented people in a country, they are teachers. In Ireland, I have seen that teachers are active in business also. In India, if the teachers are permitted to involve themselves in business, if the policy is changed, that will change the scenario. That is my personal feeling. And Ireland is doing a wonderful job in training our students, and all the universities are attracting many students to this place. And the reverse flow of technology can create a lot of good effects on the other side.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take Michael Loftus next because he hasn't had a chance to contribute. Then I'll go on to Dr. Varshney. But yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Mr. Varshney earlier mentioned the importance of startup companies and connecting the research with innovation and so on and so forth, like that. And there's terrific experience in Ireland in that regard. And while we've spoken a lot about the research activity, and we've spoken a lot about student mobility and staff mobility, I think there's a lot of knowledge around the innovation ecosystem that could be leveraged here in the context of the relationship. I know, for example, in Munster Technological University alone, we've had 600 startups in the past 15 years. And I think there is a real opportunity for us to have some detailed discussions with Mr. Varshney and colleagues. And that's just one university. I know if you took the Irish higher education sector as a whole, there's a lot of knowledge in this particular domain, which I believe would be worth exploring and sharing and maybe trying to bring forward together in some shape or form. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Michael. Dr. Varshney.
Yeah, thank you. I think I would like to draw the attention that last year we adopted national education policy, and this policy provides for internationalization of education. So two-way activity we are looking for. One, we are allowing foreign universities to come to India. They could either set up their campus in India, or they could work with existing Indian institutions and give joint degree. So this provision has been made, and of course we have kept a target that by 2024 it would be fully implemented. So we have started working out on those processes which allows such integration. And then, of course, we are looking for students from all parts of the world to come to India. So some of our premier organizations like IIT, they have made a special provision for to attract overseas students. And I am very happy to tell you that last year our recruitment was about 1,000. Now, normally we are not getting these overseas recruitment of students, but this is now a process which we have started. And it's not only recruitment of overseas students, we have started recruiting best faculty, which means our faculty could come from any part of the world. So, of course, the lead has to be taken by our premier institutions. So IIT have done it, and now I understand each of the IIT have got foreign faculty in their campus. Of course, appointment is contractual. It is for a period, and thereafter it is the mutual decision of both candidate and the organization if they would like to continue. So this is one thing. Second, I think Rajesh in his message conveyed that we are working on a new science, technology and innovation policy. A lot of discussion has been held, and we hope that sometime this year we could adopt that. And this policy would also allow a lot of researchers, a lot of tech entrepreneurships to happen. And we are committed, like earlier we were using the phrase ease of doing business. Now we are using the phrase ease of doing research. That's the motto government has taken, and we would like to build on as many partnerships as possible or as required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important developments, and I think maybe through the organisation arrange this meeting, we might have some further discussions as to how there could perhaps be a particular Ireland-India relationship within those broader things, because as was mentioned, Ireland is a very small country, so we need to be selective in every respect to be most effective. But I think if we could develop a spoke that deals with that would I think be very helpful going forward, and build on those opportunities going forward. And also I think the which we haven't mentioned too much, we did mention earlier on that the EU's Horizon programme, Ireland is a member of the European Union, so links through that as well going forward need to be part of our thinking as ways of looking at things and looking at the opportunities going forward. Any other comments or observations on this topic? If not, What I suggest is, because it's been a long and very, very interesting day of science and culture, which I've certainly found very, very interesting. I think what we might do is perhaps pick up some of this conversation in other fora going forward, because I think there are a number of leads here. But conclude this discussion there, and unless there are any other points, and I don't think there are, and hand back to Prashant. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Norton. Before I, say thanks, I have a question to Professor Varshney, and that is actually something that Ireland and India, they did joint research on 22 projects. If that reports actually what achieved in that partnership published from both sides, I think that could be very interesting for further steps, and the observations that what learned and how smooth that process was. And second, before I thank, I want to acknowledge number of guests. They are joining from the office of the CAM Korla, and I want to acknowledge them, and from the office of the Minister for Finance. And thank you so much, Jill and other guests, that they are continuously in attendance since morning. So, Professor Varshney, you want to respond, or we conclude?
No, actually, I'm afraid I have not gone through this report which you mentioned just now.
Okay.
And I would appreciate if you could send it to me, and then maybe we could correspond through email or set up a virtual meeting. I would love to see that India-Irish scientific collaboration flourish.
So thank you so much. This is really very practical, wonderful discussion, and it is creating new energy and atmosphere that we could have further science and technological relations between Ireland and India. And all of our guests, they know India very well, and they appreciate all the time what India do. So thank you so much, Professor Norton, Professor Varshney, Professor Varshney, and Mr. for Loftus, and I keep remembering what Cork Institute of Technology did. They did a wonderful partnership with Pune, and I hope their partnership is still growing. And same with Professor Norton, did wonderful partnership with a number of Institute of Technology in India. So thank you so much. And this is not the last. Still, we have number of segments in this India Day, and a very relaxing segment is going to be very, good cultural presentation from Farley House. And if everyone is exhausted at this time, I request have a cup of tea or coffee and enjoy this presentation. Thank you. Harsha, could you have details for this cultural presentation and read out their introduction, please?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much. It was such an enlightening discussion. A lot to think about, a lot to take away from it. So thank you very much. And then moving on, I think it's not just me, but a lot of you guys who are waiting for the performance of the day, and which is by Francie Conway with special guest James Peppard on sitar and percussion. So I'll give you a very quick brief introduction on the very, very renowned artist. So Francie Conway is a singer, songwriter, musician, and producer. Francie has recorded a number of albums, which include Hidden Gems, and including contributions from members of the Zombies, Pink Floyd, and Moving Hearts, among many more. And it's a very, very special career-spanning collection that opens with a message that would have struck a chord with John Lennon himself on the outbreak of peace. The tracks of Hidden Gems were recorded in studios in Switzerland, England, and Ireland. I'm so glad to hear this performance.
Always green on the other side. Take a good hard look around. It's all in your mind. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else but here right now. Sometimes you just got to slow down, see what you will find. Staycation, staycation. Let's stick around, explore our treasures. Rivers, lakes, mountains, the sea. Forest, meadows, wetlands, the beach. Explore our treasures. Let's stick around. Staycation, staycation. With weather like this, why go anywhere? But then, why go anywhere? Only for the weather. A good day is one you can't leave behind. Out here in nature, we are one of a kind. Sometimes it's hard to see just what you got until you leave it all behind. Staycation, staycation. Let's stick around, explore our treasures. Rivers, lakes, mountains, the sea. Forests, meadows, wetlands, the beach. Explore our treasures. Let's stick around. Staycation, 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 staycation. And we hope you're going to enjoy some of the songs. I suppose when you think of Mahatma Gandhi, sometimes you just have to think of the word peace, because that's what it's all about. And Rory and I are going to do this one. James is going to join us. The outbreak of peace was declared today. No more fighting, the world has found its way. All nations of the world raise a white flag with their own. Respect and understanding, every culture now has a home. The outbreak of peace was declared today. No more sorrow, no more pain. All terror ended, never to return again. Thousands of yellow ribbons, all now souvenirs. Sisters and brothers unite, never to fear each other again. Never to fear each other again. The outbreak of peace was declared today. conquers all. Love conquers all. Love conquers all. Love conquers all. For many years, people have been asking me why I wear a scarf. And it put me thinking, why do I wear a scarf? And I guess I wear it as a symbol of hope against hate, racism, war, and greed. Will you sing this one with me, Roar?
Yeah.
I wear a scarf for those who don't have a voice, the disillusioned and downhearted against hate, racism, war, and greed. Wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Wear a scarf. I wear a scarf for those who suffer in silence, living within the darkness of a trapped mind, whose life is smothered by oppression and can't see the light. Wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Wear a scarf. I wear a scarf for all those who hunger, never been surrounded by a blanket of love. The sick, the lonely, the poor, the beaten down. Wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Wear a scarf. I wear a scarf that once belonged to someone special, full of memories with a scent of love. Sometimes just to be cool, rainbow colors, black and white. Rainbow colors, black and white. Let's wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Let's wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Let's wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Sing with me, Rory, come on. Let's wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Let's wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Let's wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Let's wear a scarf as a symbol of hope. Woo. Woo. What an incredible place to sing a song like this. We are all stardust. Never ever take for granted the sun in the sky. A drop of rain, a tear in the eye. The breeze in your hair, a scattering of gold. A gateway to who we are about to unfold. We are all of the earth. To the earth we shall return. We are all of the sea. To the sea we shall return. We are all clouds. We are all stardust. Never ever lose sight of who you are. Loved ones gather round, sometimes near, sometimes far. Hope you never fall in a dark place without a hand to hold. Nothing bad or good lasts forever as time unfolds. We are all of the earth. To the earth we shall return. We are all of the sea. To the sea we shall return. We are all clouds. We are all stardust. May life always be kind to you. May your childhood dreams all come true. May your cup never be empty. May your days never be blue. We are all of the earth. To the earth we shall return. We are all of the sea. To the sea we all return. We are all clouds. We are all stardust. 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 I suppose for me anyway, my first introduction to the music culture of India came when I was very young, and I was a huge Beatles fan, and the Beatles went to India, which kind of rocked the world, you know. And I mean, and to be here in Farmley as a rock musician is quite something special. And George Harrison did a concert for Bangladesh, and it was the first time I became aware of the music culture. They had the interaction of the percussion instruments going with the concert, and I have to say it was one of these things that you remember where you are, what you were doing, what was around you, because it was life-changing. It was absolutely life-changing, and the culture has expanded, and it's now we've all gotten to know it. It's absolutely wonderful. But one thing that fascinates me is, I mean, I know you, James, you play drums, you play bass, you play guitar, piano, loads of instruments. Can you please tell me about the sitar and where your love of this came from?
So I always would have known about George Harrison and Ravi Shankar, but I never would have delved a lot into that type of music. But then when I saw that John McLaughlin, very famous Western jazz guitarist, was playing along with Ustad Zakir Hussain and all these people, I was like, okay, this is groovy. He's incorporating Indian music with Western rock music and jazz music, and this like relationship is going on, and I just thought it was lovely. So then I hunted down a tabla, and then my parents got me this for my 21st a year ago, and then I suppose it's just been going uphill and ever since.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, to get an instrument like this is one thing, but I mean, to learn how to play it is another thing. I mean,
yeah. So
tell us a little bit about how you got yourself in that position.
Yeah, so I do play a little bit of guitar, play a little bit of bass. I thought it would have been similar with sitar. I was very wrong.
Yeah.
It's not anyway and similar to completely. It's its own beast, has its own language, and surprisingly, there's an Indian Classical Music Society of Ireland in Ireland, and I reached out to them. I said, I'm looking for lessons. I need a teacher to teach me this stuff. And a guy in Kildare got in touch with me, and he's like, oh, I have a guru in India. He'd love to teach you. So I got in touch with Siva
Hang on a second now. Did you go to India?
No, I didn't go to India. I haven't been yet.
Okay, then you have to do that.
Yeah, no, I have to do that.
We talked to the Indian embassy here and stuff, you know.
Absolutely.
After the gig.
Yeah, after the gig. So I got in touch with Siva Ramakrishna. He's a very famous sitarist in Chennai, down south in India. And I've been taking lessons off him, but unfortunately I've had to take a break because I have college work and such at the moment. But hopefully I want to go stay with him now when COVID goes away and my thesis is written. And I'll stay with him for about 10 days. And
well, James, would you mind to get the sitar and play us something for us, please? And maybe you can bring me back to that first time that I experienced this with that incredible concert put together by George Harrison.
Yeah. So the piece or the rag rather, we don't call them pieces. They're known as rags. I would have heard Ustad Shahid Parvez play this rag, and it's known as Rag Yaman. Rag Yaman is a very fundamental rag. You will learn this when you start learning any melodical Indian instrument like sitar, sarod, anything like this. So Rag Yaman is kind of like the starter rag, if you will, when you start playing. But the way Ustad Shahid Parvez plays it, he adds these lovely, lovely notes and phrases in here and there. And once I heard that, it was just so beautiful to the ear. And I said, I want to learn this rag. So then my guru taught me this rag, and I'm going to play a little bit of it now. Yaman.
Absolutely beautiful. Maybe you might, if I get the 12th string in a few minutes, maybe you might play something. No, we'll do something else first.
Okay, yeah.
But we could do something together.
Okay.
Yeah, I have an idea. I'm going to ask the young lady who sang the Irish national anthem so beautifully, Ruth Cahill Durkin, to join us for this song. Ruth, will you join us for this?
I'd love to. Thanks very much.
Our healing will come. All fear will subside. A new day awaits us.
empty streets, hear the people sing. Borders fade into oblivion. Racism and greed, locked in permanent isolation. All religions come together in reconciliation. Will you sing with me, guys? Come on. Our healing will come. Come on, Rory. Yeah. All fear will subside. A new day awaits us. Yeah. Our healing will come. Look at the sky, it's all clear again. Feel the air, we're breathing. The earth is relaxing as never before. People reaching out, apart with open doors. Our healing will come. All fear will subside. A new day awaits us. Our healing will come. Open up your heart. Open up your soul. Fill your world with love. New day. We live as one. Will you sing with me, guys? Our healing will come. Come on, I'll let the two of you on your own, yeah. All fear will subside. Yeah. A new day awaits us. Okay, you're doing good. Our healing will come. Come on, one more time, I want to hear it again, yeah. Our healing will come. Yeah. Our healing will come. All fear will subside. A new day awaits us. Our healing will come. Now I want all you at home sitting watching us on the screen, I want to hear you sing. Our healing will come. Our fear will subside. A new day awaits us. Our healing will come. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. As part of the tribute, we've mentioned Mahatma Gandhi, we've mentioned Ravi Shankar, and I wrote this song because of my respect for George Harrison, and I'm going to ask James if he would join me on sitar on this. George had a song called My Sweet Lord, which the gift was given to him, and then George gave us the gift. So this is a song called Our Sweet Lord, and Rory might sing this one with me as well, yeah? Guess you wouldn't have a clue who I am, one of the many who followed in your footsteps. Indian little horse full of hope, always a shoulder to lean on. When times got tough, you were always there, even though only in the shadows, your word reflecting all around. Something in the way you told us, our sweet Lord gave you a gift, one you gave to us, our sweet Lord, a humanitarian with spiritual human values. No sense of discrimination, race difference, sending out a message of love, peace on earth, never be afraid to stand up, coming from a humble home, giving the world a path to follow, our sweet Lord gave you a gift, one you gave to us, our sweet Lord, our sweet Lord gave you a gift, one you gave to us, our sweet Lord, our sweet Lord gave you a gift, one you gave to us, our sweet Lord, our sweet Lord gave you a gift, one you gave to us, our sweet Lord. Woo! Well, I hope you enjoyed our little concert. I'd like to say a special thank you to James for joining me. I'd like to say a special thank you to Ruth Cahill Durkin for joining me. And I'd like to say a special thank you to Rory Conway for joining me. Normally, in normal circumstances, you'd be applauding at this stage, but you can clap away at home if you want. Is that right?
Clap away.
Clap. We hope you enjoyed our lunchtime staycation, especially for India Day 2021.
Thank you so much, Francie. It was lovely. You created atmosphere, and it will be seen not only here in Ireland, but in India, and I believe because of internet all over the world. And it will be a memory forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can So this is our last cultural presentation from this side, and with this, we want to thank each and everyone who has contributed for this event, and we all really enjoyed the cultural presentations from Divya from India, the Shekhar, and the cultural presentation by just recently we finished here. That all wonderful and very interesting. So first I would like to thank OPW for their continued support to India Day, and India Day since 2015, it is growing each and every year. And each year we had something different and something interesting in it. So thank you so much to Office of Public Works, particularly to Dave Levins, who contributes a lot to promote this event and to have a wonderful event each and every year. My thanks goes to our colleague and volunteers in the team, and their contribution is huge for the India Day, because without their support, it is really impossible to organize India Day each year. And all keynote speakers, Ken Korla, Minister for Finance, Sean Fleming, the Mayor of Dublin, Lord Mayor of Dublin, and mayors of Fingal County Council, Mayor of South Dublin County Council, and Mayor of Dunleary Rathdown County Council, and support from Meath County Council. And we really recognize the support from South Dublin County Council that they've chosen to support this India Day, and they are partners with us. So other thing, we are going to send out handbook to each one of you, and you can have some piece about yourself who are attending here. And I'm also thanking all our participants. Michael Loftus is from the Cork, and Sean Maxini is still here. I'm also thanking Johnny Holmes, who is continuously watching and observing this event since morning. So thank you so much. The India Day 2022 will be on 21st of August. And so far, I'm hoping if everything will go well, then we will have this physical event in Farley State. And if we are not in position to have it as a physical event, we will have something different. But next we are meeting at Diwali celebration, and the Diwali celebration will be sometime in the month of October. These are our cultural programs, 2 in a year. And then we are going to have number of business engagement, and those business engagements, the business conferences, and I'm hoping that we will have some business delegations visiting from India to Ireland and Ireland to India. So with these words, I would like to thank everyone, and in a concluding music, our one participant and contributor, and he's a contributing Irish music continuously, second time on India Day, Jerry Henley. He will present his cultural part. And with that, I want to say thank you and namaste for attending this event. Thank you so much. So Jerry, you present and then say goodbye to all of our participants and whoever is watching here on this platform or on YouTube channel or on Facebook or other social media. Until if anyone wants to say anything, they are very welcome to say. And we have 10-15 minutes to devote here. If that's someone is interested or wants to put their points or any observation about this. So thank you so much. Jerry, you present now.
Jerry and some friends.
Okay. So the Jerry and his friends are presenting this, and we are looking forward as our closing presentation.
Can I come show members?
Yeah.
Sharing the screen.
Jerry, you are able to present?
Is it coming up?
No. Not even here.
No, that happened.
So please excuse me for this confusion. I think there's some difficulty connecting here.
Copenhagen. Here are some highlights from that concert. I hope you enjoy, and we look forward to seeing you in person.
So we have
over and we get to perform for you. Thanks a million.
No.
Hold on a second.
Sir. That's it.
No, it is not coming. The video is not coming. Or the camera is off something.
I can hear it. Okay, let's try it again. My computer is stop.
Happy India Day, everyone. Namaste.